Hello everybody and welcome into my latest live broadcast, the 16th of September 2022. It's Friday. This will be the last live Friday broadcast probably for a couple weeks as I leave for vacation. I like to take a vacation once a year. I'm a little funny that way, and I head back to my home state of Michigan for a few weeks out of the extreme desert heat and extreme desert intolerance of the people that live in this heat. So I'm very much looking forward to it. So a little bit of a more relaxed, if that's possible, broadcast today. Welcome in everybody. Thank you for joining me. I hope everybody can see and hear me okay. I've done a little bit more work on the picture quality. You'll have to let me know if you think it's better or worse. There's in editing, there's something you do with your file. When you bring your video file into any video editor, one of the first things you want to do is color grade your video. So a lot of times audio and video that come directly out of the camera are shockingly horrible. And then once you put it into post-production, that's where you fix your audio and fix your video. And so OBS has these great tools for addressing the audio, but I couldn't really find anything. Well, I did it at first, if you recall. I mentioned I was trying to fix something in the camera. I just was driving myself crazy trying to fix, and then found it was a filter in OBS that fixed it. So then I thought I can do everything I need in OBS, forget the camera settings, and went completely the other way, only to find out that there's only so much OBS can do, and you had to go and adjust it back in the camera. So then I was back at the camera, including with some of these new cameras, and having some issues with color. And especially on the Panasonic camera, I can't figure out where to find any sort of, well, let me rephrase. There are color contrast controls, but there's about a dozen of them, and you have to adjust each one individually, and each one has 2 settings. That's 24 different settings. I got to be honest, I don't even want to go down that path. And I started thinking about how we color grade in post-production. And we color grade using something called lookup tables, or LUT. And I recall seeing something about LUT as a filter in OBS. And then did a little search on YouTube, and there's a gentleman that's got a fantastic video explaining how to use it. And the way I'm color grading, it's on a pretty small screen, so it's really hard for me to see the detail. I know I can improve it further. Long story short, I've got the LUT filter on now. We are color grading the video. And I've fine-tuned the audio just a little bit more in the hopes that we continue moving towards the ultimate picture and sound quality that I can achieve. So as I mentioned, this does take time, and then each camera has its own idiosyncrasies. So an LUT for one camera would have to be redefined for a different camera depending on its brightness, color saturation, etc. So I'm just starting with one for right now, and then we'll see how that goes. But at least I'm making progress, and I feel good about it. And I've known this the whole time. I've always known color grading was the thing you do in editing. And I started thinking, like, well, why can't you just do that in live? What difference does it make? And that's when I decided to do a Google search. A lot of the questions that we have in life, whether it's computer-related, life-related, house-related, pool-related, car-related, relationship-related, depression-related, attitude, perspective, how to fix a leaking faucet, unclog a toilet, replace a garage door opener, anything you can possibly imagine. Especially for those of us that are older. We have to remember that we have the world of knowledge in front of us. The hardest part is knowing what question to ask. And I think this is where people get hung up. I think sometimes people know the answer is out there if they only knew how to ask it. Well, do know this. Google's intelligence, if you want to call it intelligence, is pretty good at knowing what you meant. So if you can just put it in whatever way you would describe it to another person, oftentimes Google will offer you exactly what you're looking for. And if it doesn't, maybe try again. Try and find another way to explain it. Probably after the second try, it'll definitely find what you're looking for. One of the best examples I can give you is here at Studio B, there's a French door refrigerator, and the French door refrigerator has two doors that open, and there's this piece in the middle that swings back and forth that seals the two doors when you close them. But the spring on it had busted off, and the place where the spring sat that held one end of the spring was broken, so you couldn't just replace the spring. The molded piece that's part of this little bar that swings back and forth was broken. So what would happen is, when you pull the left door open, that little piece would automatically swing flush against the door, but then it wouldn't close, because what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to swing back out. It's only supposed to swing into the door as you release the door, and then as soon as the door is released from the catch, it swings back out. Or it's the other way around. I can't remember. I guess it needs to swing. It has to be out. Anyway, the spring was broken. So every time I'd close the refrigerator, I had to manually close the little flap, because it would be, yeah, that's what it was. It was out. I'd have to close it, or the door wouldn't close. I didn't realize that till one day I left Studio B for a few days, came back, and the refrigerator was warm. That's because the doors had not sealed closed because of that little flap. So I thought, well, how hard could this be to replace? It looks like it's 2 screws, but I don't know what that little flappy doodle's called. So I went on Google, and I literally typed, what's the flappy doodle on a French door refrigerator called? And it didn't lead me to much answer. So I kept trying to think of another way. What is the flapper? What is the center on a French door refrigerator? Then what I ended up doing is I said, show me the schematic to this French door refrigerator. Show me the owner's manual. So the owner's manual of all refrigerators will have a breakdown of the parts for the freezer unit, the ice maker, the refrigerator. So they'll break it out, and they'll have a little number pointing to each part broken out. It's like a little drawing of each part, kind of exploded, if you will. And then you look the number up, and it tells you what that piece is called. So I'm looking through it, and I see that little piece, that little flappy piece. It's got like number 13 next to it. And I go to look at number 13. But I want you to understand what got me here were the Google searches, until I kept thinking of other ways. When those Google searches weren't working, it occurred to me, I know there's a breakout on every refrigerator I've ever owned when you pull up the manual. And the manuals are all available online. I don't care how old your refrigerator is. It's probably there. Anyway, it says it's like part number 13 is the piece that connects the two doors. And it's called a mullion. What is that word? I never heard of that. And I go to Google, I type in mullion. Well, it's a French word used on French windows and French doors as a divider. Okay, well, it is a French door refrigerator. I guess this makes complete sense that it has a French name. But what's even better, not only does it tell me the name of the part, it gives me the part number. So back to Google, I just simply type in that part number and hit the shopping tab, and up comes Amazon, eBay, and in this case, Amazon was cheaper. I think the part was 50 bucks. I ordered it, it arrived 2-3 days later. It was literally 2 screws and 1 wire harness that plugs in. And that refrigerator now automatically, the little flappy doodle works like it's supposed to. And there's never been an issue with having the refrigerator doors not fully sealed, letting all the cold air out and spoiling all the food in the refrigerator, and wasting all that electricity. I did it myself. No idea what the part was called. No idea how to replace it. No idea. I just knew it was broken, and I knew. Oh, and I left out a step. Once it arrived, I went to YouTube and I typed in how to replace mullion, you know, whatever, GE refrigerator, whatever it is. And sure enough, there are repair videos that come up, and the guy shows how to do it. It's always a guy for some reason. I'd love to see more women showing that kind of work. What's up with that? Anyway, I was like, well, I don't even need to memorize. I mean, I don't need to have this near my side. I can see it's very obvious now that I've seen how it's done. Did it myself, took the old mullion, threw it in the trash. It's been working fine. It's been over a year. Perfectly fine, just like new. If you utilize what's available with the tools that you have that are free, all you have to have is the motivation, the desire, the will to want to do it. You don't have to wait on anybody's permission if it's your stuff. You don't have to wait for somebody to get back to you with an answer. You don't have to wait to ask somebody the answers to your questions. If you could just make an attempt before you ask, make one attempt to look for the answer yourself. And I think that that will start a fire in you that will turn into an inferno. Because once you realize just how empowering that is, you're not going to want to stop. Because once you see how easy it was and how you didn't ask anybody, that you were completely self-reliant and you did it all on your own, every step of the way, from figuring out what that part is called, what the part number is, where you could order it for the best price, how to install it. What else is broken around here I can fix, right? That's a great experience, and it's your own reward. So for those of you who are so motivated but don't know where to start, you start right here and you just explain it the way you would to another human being. Use all the words you want. Google will siphon out or remove out words like and, the, of. It ignores that stuff, right? So, but regardless, it doesn't hurt to put those in. And if that doesn't work, then just act like the person you're talking to still doesn't understand you. Think if you can come up with another way. At least try it twice. After that, you can always go to typically a Reddit forum or a manufacturer's forum, in the case of like the refrigerator, and you might be able to ask somebody. Or even look on YouTube for just the model of your refrigerator with the word repair, and look through the repairs, because if it's a common type of repair like changing the water filter or whatever other kinds of common repairs there are, you might just stumble on it, not even knowing what the words are. Once you stumble on it, once you see what it is, and you look at the title of the video and what the part is called, you'll never unlearn that. That's the beauty of knowledge. It's also the bad part. Some things you don't want to know, and you can never unknow them. But it's so empowering, and it can save you a lot of money, and it's very, very fulfilling. Which takes us to a follow-up on this Aurora R4 computer from 2013. The owner of the computer did get back to me, the original owner, with the specifications of this computer as it was purchased. This has a 3rd generation Xeon processor in it, which is way overkill for a gaming machine. It was overclocked to 4.1 gigahertz from Alienware, which is why it had the liquid cooler. I was a little confused about the buttons on the front of the machine. I thought the alien head was the power button. I think a lot of people would naturally think that. And someone in the comments said, no, that's a release for the front, this front piece that closes. It goes, these always break, but this one works perfectly fine. But when you push the alien head, this one works perfectly fine, he said. when you push the alien, you know what? I don't know why it's doing that. There it goes. I didn't have it all the way up. So when you push the alien head, there it goes. They like the slow ramp, Morty. It goes down nice and slow. It's the way they like it. All right, so that's all that alien head does, and it lights up. It's got RGB behind it. The power button's actually behind it right here on top. Little teeny tiny, like, it's the smallest power button I've ever seen in my life. So, when I worked on this 3 years ago, I knew all this, but remember how I said you can't unknow stuff? Well, you can forget stuff, but once I was reminded, I was like, oh yeah, I know that already. I forgot that I knew, but I never unlearned it. You following that logic? So anyway, we got it up and running the other day, but it was really, really, really slow. And I know this machine was not that slow. Now, normally, you might say on a computer this old, why waste your time? Well, because this computer was a top-of-the-line computer sold in 2013. 2012? 2012. So it's 10 years old exactly. Now, if this was a budget computer, if somebody went into Best Buy or whatever, and they said, what's the cheapest desktop computer I can buy? And now it's 10 years later, I wouldn't waste my time on it. It'll cost you as much or more to get that back up and running, and it still won't ever be that good. So given that this was overclocked, over the top shelf 10 years ago, it's still quite viable today. And that's what I've been trying to tell you guys for years. If you want to go cheap on your build, don't expect it to last 10 years. That's all I'm saying. just have the right expectations. Don't think you're getting away with something like, look at those suckers buying $1,500 computers. I am so much smarter because I bought a $500 computer. They're both the same thing. They are not. As far as reliability, performance, and longevity goes, that $500 computer is worth $500, and you will probably replace it 3 times or more if you would have bought one $1,500 computer and just kept it up. And it probably wouldn't need much upkeep because it'll be built of better parts. This is all statistical analysis based on anecdotal evidence of me being a professional in the industry for over 30 years. There are always exceptions, but they're just exceptions. Overall, statistically, your likelihood of having a computer for 10 years or more that runs more or less trouble-free is directly related to the quality of the machine you buy at the time. And it ain't going to be something cheap. Now, this is not Windows 11 compliant. It is a 3rd generation Xeon processor. Again, all the specs are in the video notes below this video, and we have changed the graphics card, and we've changed the mechanical drives out for solid state drives. Other than that, it's all original, and I stripped some extra parts out of it that were just adding weight, and I thought it was stupid. Now, once I got it running after the broadcast the other day, these hoses got really super hot, and the machine shut off on me, and CPU, HW Info said it was running 104 degrees Celsius. 104 degrees Celsius on the chip. Now, luckily, these modern chips, they throttle themselves and protect themselves, and even, as I just mentioned, shut themselves off. Earlier generations, going back prior to the Core line, they would just overheat and crack. I've seen a number of AMD cracked processors, AMD Athlon XPs. I've had a couple of those that were just cracked in half, and also some Intel processors where when they made them out of ceramic material, you know that thing had to get about 300 degrees Fahrenheit before it cracked. And then it's done. It's a very expensive part to replace. So don't panic if your system's getting hot. It's not a big deal. All right, the system got hot. It ran 104. It shut down. So what did I do? I went online to find a different cooler. Initially, I thought, let's put an air cooler on it and be done with it. All liquid coolers are temporary. All air tower coolers are permanent. You can use an air tower cooler for the life of the PC. A liquid cooler you should expect to replace every 3 to 5 years. This liquid cooler got 10 years out of it, which is beyond the norm. Pretty good. So the problem with it is it's very small. An air tower cooler won't fit in here. If we look inside of the case, it's got it's got a VRM heatsink and fan that gets in the way of a tower cooler. So you have to put a liquid cooler back on. But the radiator on this is very tiny. It's only a 120 millimeter radiator back here. So I did a quick Google search for Alienware Aurora R4 liquid cooler replacement. And wouldn't you know, there are a number of people, a lot of these were sold, a number of people asking, what's a good replacement option? Because their liquid cooler went out way earlier than this one did, because this one lived far longer than what would be statistically normal. And one of the first I read pointed me to this Cooler Master. Now, I haven't been a big fan of Cooler Master liquid coolers. There's some I've liked, like that little tiny one we did the giveaway where it was all in one. It just sat on top of the CPU. But this looked closest to what was in the machine. So no big deal to pop that in because it's the Xeon style processor with the 2011 socket. You're bolting straight down onto the CPU frame. You don't have to use any back plates. That's the great thing about X99, X299 systems is you're bolting, and same with X399. You're just bolting straight on. So that's super easy to install. Putting the radiator in is a little tricky. What you have to do is you have to attach the fan to the back of the radiator using a very thin screwdriver that can go through the first hole and put a machine screw that's essentially, you've got to stick it in between the holes in the fan inside, because the fan can be installed either way. So it's got holes on each side, and in the middle there's this gap. So you put the screw in the gap, put the screwdriver through the first hole, and then align it into the radiator, and then that locks the fan on that side to the radiator. And this is just unique for this case. Then the radiator can only fit in this little position in one orientation. So that's super easy to figure out because it's only going to go in one way. Once it goes in, you use regular fan screws to secure the other side of the fan to the back of the case. So you're essentially putting screws into this side of the fan to hold the fan, and then the fan has screws going into the radiator that holds the radiator. And that's how the original setup was done. So everything has to be the right size or it ain't gonna work. Now the BIOS has been updated and I have disabled the overclocking because that's just stupid and unnecessary. This thing still runs respectively quickly. Now, when we looked at it the other day, I noticed that out of the two 1 terabyte solid state drives, one was not used. So rather than erase the customer's data, given there might be something on there they want, even though they said there isn't, I'm going to play it extra cautious, and all I've done is I've disconnected the main drive right here and left the secondary drive plugged in, so that's the only drive. And then I formatted and installed Windows 10 on it with updates last night, along with drivers. And today, I would like to show you how fast this computer is. As I mentioned, it is not Windows 11 compatible, nor will it ever be. I mean, unless Microsoft changes their policy, which don't hold your breath. But Windows 10 doesn't expire until October 14th of 2025. That's more than 3 years from now. Now, the power supply I bought for it was a mistake. That was a misdiagnosis, and that was a waste of $65, $70. The cooler was $69.99 plus tax, so around $75. Let's just say I've got $150 into it. So whatever my time is worth, that's to be determined, but $150 in parts, given that it is a proprietary power supply and that nothing is wrong with the old one, I will give the old power supply just like a spare tire to somebody who's buying a car. I'll say, hey, you're going to want to put this power supply away in case in the next 3 years something happens to this power supply. Now, this is the new power supply that I purchased from eBay, so I don't know what kind of life it's had. It was a used power supply. But I do know the one that was in here is 10 years old and was heavily, heavily used. I don't know which power supply is in better condition. So I'm not going to take the one I just purchased and installed out because there's nothing wrong with it. But if it so happens that it's 15 years old and had a heavy use of life, it's sooner going to die than the other one would. If, on the other hand, this came out of a newer unit that wasn't as powered on as much, then this one's in way better shape than the old one. I have no way to know. So since it's a proprietary power supply, whoever this machine goes to will get that power supply. Even if they don't know how to install it, they can always bring it back to me and have me do it for them, but I'm not going to hold that power supply for them. I will never run into another one of these again. I've never run into one of these before this one, and the only time I've run into this machine, or this design, the Aurora R4, it's been the same machine 3 times, or twice. So this is it. Should we do some close-ups of the inside and show everybody what it looks like? Sure. Now this cooler, we see I've got some cables coming out, and that's because this cooler is RGB. I mean, the system is RGB, so why not have the cooler be RGB? The downside is this is before the standards for ARGB were there. So Dell has their proprietary RGB system, and Cooler Master has a system you can use manually, a little button control to adjust the RGB on the cooler and on this fan if you don't have a system that's compatible with ARGB. So it works either way. And let me show you how all that looks as we do close-ups here. We'll get Camera Girl over here with the Sony RX100, which I've not created a lookup table for because the colors on the Sony look pretty good out of the box. So let's switch over to what should be camera 3. Let's see if this works. Yeah, you're good. Come on in. So when I mentioned color grading, well, we just lost the signal for some reason. Make sure your cable's plugged all the way in if you would. Got to be all the way in there. Let me take a look real quick. Yeah, that's good. And let's make sure we're good here. All right. So as I mentioned, the color coming out of the Sony, pretty darn good. color grading is not as important on the Sony. However, let's get inside here and take a look. This is our new cooler right here. I didn't like the way these cables looked, so I flipped the cooler the other way, and then the cables were all bunched up right here. And then I thought, oh, that's terrible, so I turned it back around this way. It really has to go on with the cables. And if you notice, when most people build computers with liquid coolers, the cables go close to the RAM, facing to the right. That's just normally the way it's done. And I can grab some zip ties and kind of clean that up a little bit, but there's no window right here anyway. Now, there's our 120 millimeter radiator, and if you look coming off of it, we've got this normal ARGB cable. And if you look closely, you know, what's to prevent me from putting it on this way? Nothing, which sucks. You think that the engineers by now would make it a one-way only deal. But you will see little engraved arrows, and you line the arrows up. If I turn this the other way, the arrows don't line up. See that? So that ain't gonna work. So we want to turn it around this way. And it's a little funky to put it on. There's no clip that holds it in, and it's very easy to bend the pins. It's just a horrible design. Now, ordinarily this would just plug into another ARGB cable with the rest of your system. But again, this was all built before ARGB was a thing. So instead, we have this little adapter. And this little adapter plugs in, if you look right back up here, just to a standard Molex connector. And then we're just pulling off what I think is it 12 volts on that or 5? Can't remember what the yellow wire is. But if we come down here, we've got these buttons to control the RGB lighting. And I had plugged this cable in upside down. I knew it was upside down. And what was happening is I got blue lights on the cooler and on the cooler fan, but I couldn't change them. The buttons wouldn't do anything. And I kept looking at this cable, and I noticed it has a little notch in it. And I had to get my glasses. And I looked, and I said, well, gosh darn it, the notch is the other side, but I couldn't get it to fit. So I fidgeted with it and calmed down a little bit and relaxed. And then lined it up, felt it go, and then pushed it really hard, noticing that the line, the little groove, and the tab were, in fact, properly lined up. And when I did that, the RGB went off entirely. And that's because on this end, I had it the wrong way around. Because where's the arrow here? How do I know which end this goes on, right? So everything was backwards initially. There is an arrow on this side, though, I'm just noticing. So once I turn that around, the good news is it didn't break anything. And then it started to function. Then all we have to do, we have the same RGB cable controlling the color of the light here. And this RGB cable controls the color of the light on the fan. Those two cables feed down into this switch, and they do give us a third one to plug into another device if we want everything to be run off this switch. And these just get connected like Christmas tree lights. You just keep connecting them on and on and on. So we're not using that. And what that's telling you is that the system RGB for the rest of the system was on Dell's or Alienware's own proprietary RGB system, and the cooler will be on its own. And then all we have to do is cable manage this. But let me hook it up. Oh, since we're looking at the close-up, let's go around to the front. Take a look at this power button up here. Look how tiny it is. No wonder I couldn't find it. That's our power button. This, that releases the door. And then if we want to take the panels off, back here, you have a locking mechanism. Do you see the metal right there? And then when I move it this way, it's open. One of those ways is locked and one of those ways is unlocked. So if we wanted to take, let's say, this panel off, since we already have the other panel off, it's kind of hard to show you. But you just take this first louver, which, by the way, I think it's stupid because you'll break these louvers. If you do this with any of the other louvers, you'll break them. So this one's got little grooves on it right here. And you grab that and you pull it up. Well, now it won't budge, so I must have just locked it. So apparently, if you can see through the hole, you've locked it. Move it back so you can't see through the hole. That, therefore, should unlock it. Now let's come around. One more time, I'm going to grab this first. Pull it up. Well, it's not budging either way. What am I missing? Is it the rear? Sorry, it's the rear one. It's the rear one. So when I pull up on the rear one, Nothing happens. And then let me just check that lock position. Once again, I thought it was this way to unlock. I thought. Let's see. No, that won't move now. Open it. Now that moves up. And that should release the side somehow. But that's how I got this side off. I'm assuming the other side would come off the same, but it's possible it only affects the one panel. I can't remember anymore, but it's pretty funky, and we have a little bit of stowaway. It's so old, it's growing gray hair. Like me. At least it's got hair. All right, so anyway, so that's what that is. Now these vents, they're going to open and close. The hotter the system gets, they open and vent out. It's really just for show. It doesn't, yes, it does cool, but it doesn't make that big of a difference. It's mostly a marketing way to get people excited to want to buy this computer, because who's ever seen that before, right? And I'll demonstrate, because we're going to turn it on now. So I'm going to go ahead and give it power. I'm going to plug in the interweb right up here and the HDMI cable right there. And then I need a keyboard and a mouse, so I'm going to go back here and grab that. And I'm going to set them over here on this side of the bench. Lou Greenia says, that case hates Carrie. Oh, the feeling's mutual. Let's just say I probably started it, okay? Not necessarily the case's fault. If I treated you the same way I treat this case, you'd probably feel the same way about me. Now, I think this is really stupid, but if you bring the camera up right back here, somehow people at Alienware thought it was a good idea to put the USB ports and headphone jack right there. So if I want to plug this keyboard in, I don't know how I'm supposed to see it. I guess you're supposed to feel for it. I mean, you know, give this to Stevie Wonder if you want to pull a practical joke on him. Say, hey, Stevie, see if you can find the USB ports on this computer. I guarantee you he's going to need help. I mean, I need help, but that's a whole different discussion for another day. All right, so let's turn this bad boy this way and have you stand right. I want you to kind of tilt. You don't need to look at me. Take a look at this case. I'm going to hit the power button, which is up here, right up here. And I'm going to turn on, well, I'm going to get ready to turn on the HDMI port, but I want you to see these vents. So go ahead and watch, no, come down a little lower. I want you to see the whole computer. So back up, lower the camera, lower, 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 right there. Okay, now we're going to hit the power button. And as the machine starts to boot, you'll also see the RGB inside is lit up, and on the back with the fan, which I've got blinking blue for some reason. And if we go now to, you can step over that way. If we go to HDMI input number 1, that should be the output of this computer, which is showing me nothing at the moment. So bear with me for a second. I might have the wrong, no, that's HDMI input 4. That's right, it is number 4. And this should be the number 4 cable. Let me put camera 1 back. You can go ahead and take a break on there if you'd like. I want to take a quick look, just because I did some rewiring last night and I might have mixed 2 cables. This is the only one I didn't check because I don't make those kind of mistakes. And I didn't. Everything's fine. Just had to make sure that I didn't make any mistakes, because if I did, that would have been a mistake. And I just will untangle these cables while I'm here. I don't know how they get so tangled up, but I'm really good at that. So in any event, we'll come back around now to HDMI 1. I'll tell you what, just so it doesn't confuse you, I'm going to put myself, I'll take camera 1 and I'll put it in the corner so you can see me at the same time. There we go. Let me make sure I've got this HDMI cable. Oh, it was barely even plugged in, Carrie. I am way too gentle with cables. I have to tell you, I tend to be a bit overly cautious. So there's our desktop. Now, I want to give you an idea of just how fast this machine is. We're going to do a complete reboot. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of camera 1 just so you can see the desktop the same way you would as if it were your own on your monitor. So I'm going to borrow 400 monitors right now. I've got the only computer that's connected to 400 monitors. That means I'm connecting it to literally every viewer's monitor is now my monitor. All your base belong to us. All right, so let's just do a restart and let's see how long this takes to restart. So you've got the ticking minutes and seconds down below the video. Everything is uncut, live, unscripted, obviously, because who else would script themselves to say the things that I say? Anyway, squirrel. Once you see the post screen appear, you can consider that your startup time. Right there. Start counting and see how many seconds this takes to boot compared to a machine that perhaps you built this week or this year or last year. Compare how this 10-year-old top-shelf computer boots to the desktop. Boom, we're there. And how does that compare to your brand new build? This is what I'm saying. And that's not even NVMe. That's using standard SATA SSD. I see our good friend Peter in the chat room has contributed 50 pounds. And what does Peter say? Peter says, good evening, Carrie and Mitch and everyone in the chat. All the best from Bonnie, Scotland, where the temperature in Edinburgh is 46 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 8 degrees Celsius. When I head into Michigan, the temps should be 30 degrees cheaper? They should be 30 degrees less than what they are here. We're still having 100-degree days here in Phoenix. The day I leave is going to be the hottest day of the week this month. However, it starts to cool down. It'll get to like 96, but while it's 96 here, it'll be like 66 in Michigan where I'll be. Worth it. I'm still, and we're still not out of the rain. There still could be some rain here. There will definitely be some rain in Michigan, but it's not ruin your day rain. It's just like some morning showers that clear up in the afternoon. That doesn't happen in Phoenix. In Phoenix, it's 70-mile-an-hour winds, a torrential downpour, all the streets are flooded, trees are knocked over, your power goes out, the internet goes out, and it might only last 20 minutes. And then you suffer the consequences of having to clean up your yard and the street and everything else for the next 3 days. So when it rains in the desert, it pours. Now, let me just temporarily go back to camera 1 here for a second. Since I have your attention, I hope, Peter, I want you to know that it was my hope that I could get the Train PC out before we left for vacation. Unfortunately, because I left that little rubber sleeve on the CPU socket lever, I don't think the cooler's sitting level. So I have to completely take everything back out again. Now, I don't mind. I'm not complaining. But because of the amount of time it's going to take longer. And furthermore, looking at the box the Train PC came in, it was designed for the train cars to be packed individually, not connected. And if I can't disconnect the train cars, so I'm going to have to modify the original packing, and I'm going to have to put something between the two cars so they don't bang against each other and scratch and dent on the shipping. Furthermore, there are also 3 plastic tabs that lock the two together for display purposes. It's only for aesthetics. It just keeps an even spacing between the two cars. I don't know where you would buy those if they broke, so I'm going to figure out how to take those out, and then I'm going to make you a video showing you how to put them back in, and then I got to figure out how I'm going to pack this thing by modifying the existing packing, and then I got to take it to FedEx and fill out all of the customs paperwork that it's going to need to ship to you. There's just no way I can do that. So I hope that it doesn't disappoint you too much, but it looks like I can get it out sometime in October, which means you will likely get it in late October or early November. So that's what we're aiming for right now. So I just want to give you that update on what's going on. I haven't forgotten about you, obviously, and thank you for the Amazon gift card you sent earlier. Your generosity is incredibly. I was going to say generous, but your generosity is very generous. That's a good one, Carrie. There's a couple contributions I missed in here too, and I wanted to say thank you to another of our good friends, particularly John Jack Wilson. John's also been a frequent and generous contributor here. John Jack Wilson contributes a $25 Amazon gift card. No, he doesn't. He contributes a $25 super chat. I'm ready for vacation. I'm just going to start spewing words randomly at some point. $25 super chat contribution from John Jack Wilson. He says, hello all in the chat. I finally got here on time. Well, sort of. It's all good. We're on vacation time as far as I'm starting today. XRod666 contributes $5 in super chat as well. He says, hey, Carrie, how are you doing? Oh, I'm holding on by a thread. The only thing I'm holding on to is leaving. That's the only thing I could probably have let go of my grip and said, forget about this. I'm done. But vacation. And hopefully I'll come back a whole new man. You may not even recognize me when I come back. You'd say, well, if it's that good for you, why don't you stay? We will be looking for a house in Michigan while we're there, and going through several cities that I'd never heard of before that I keep seeing houses being offered to me around the Grand Rapids area. Cities like Rockford, Belmont, Allendale, Sparta. Of course, there's Ada and Cascade and Alto. Those I'm familiar with. But these other ones I never heard of. There's a bunch of them. I don't know how many cities the state of Michigan has, but no matter how long I've been there, I still learn of new city names. And I'm trying to stay within about 20 minutes of the downtown Grand Rapids area, but 20 minutes away where I'm in the woods. That's a great thing about this side of Michigan, is you kind of get the best of both worlds. Crime is very much lower there than it is here in Phoenix, and the population is also reduced. So when you deal with really heavily populated areas, places like New York, Chicago, Boston, Philadelphia, these are places that tend to be more dangerous places to live. People surrounded by groups of people. You just have unique problems in living in what we call the rat race, which is great when you're younger and you're pursuing opportunity and you're very competitive, because that's where you want to be. And as you get older, the noise of the city, the constant hubbub and people bumping into you like you don't exist, it just gets grating after a while. I just like to go and say, I think I'd like to exit out of the rat race now, because even if you win, if you win the rat race, you're still a rat, according to Lily Tomlin. So anyway, if we're lucky and there's a house available for sale that meets the needs, we'll start the purchasing process. However, I don't know what the odds of that are, but at least I can familiarize myself with these cities I've never heard of to even see if there's cities I want to live in. Obviously, if it's a city that's all farmland, there isn't going to be much foresty area left, and I want to live amongst nature as much as possible. So I know a city like Zeeland, for example, is a farming community. So I don't want to live in Zeeland, because I'm going to end up with 3 acres of grass I'm going to have to mow 6 months out of the year. Have I been squirreling? Oh, well, there's a reason for that. Nutty says hello and wants me to leave him nuts so he can take care of himself while I'm gone. He's going to be the guard squirrel around here, make sure nothing happens around here. Not having Mitch join us today because today's just a kickback day, relaxed. I don't really have anything on my agenda other than talking with you guys. And then when we come back from vacation, of course, we'll get back to the normal routine. Of course, Mitch will be back as well. And so, Mitch, if you're out there, we'll talk soon. And for the rest of you, this is what's going on. I sold Freddy's Revenge last night to a gentleman that lives here in the Phoenix area with the 3090 Ti graphics card, which was so big, I couldn't even get it to fit into that Antec torque case without, there's like these metal supports. They're more visual than they are actual supports. but they were just about 1/4 of an inch too tall. There was no way for me to angle the card of any way to, so anyway, I had to unscrew the bolts, enough of them that that little metal support drops down, and it only dropped down about 1/2 an inch, but that's all I needed. Got the card put in, and then EVGAs, including this really bizarre power cable. It's pretty small, it's about yay big, and I think it's got like 8 or 10 little tiny holes, tiny compared to what you normally are accustomed to seeing at the end of a power supply. Anyway, that one plug plugs into the back of the power supply, not onto the side, but the back. Thank you, the EVGA, for doing that. Then it splits into 3 8-pin power cables, 3. So you have to get a power supply that has the ability to provide 3 8-pin GPU power cables. Each one of those plugs into its own connector that splits off, right? It all goes to one little connector. Each connector you plug in is bigger than the one connector the video card is taking. Go figure. I mean, it's pretty thin, and it's not, I guess it's a little bit wider, but not by much. So I had to add another modular cable. The Seasonic power supply very coolly includes a single VGA power connector on a cable, and they also include dual power VGA cables on one cable. Since I needed 3, I automatically thought I'm going to have, you know, the 2 inline ones, and I'll have to cable manage that. Well, no, when I looked in the leftover cables, there was a single VGA power cable, or PCIe power cable. Plug that into the remaining part of the adapter, the remaining connector, plug it into the back of the power supply, and that power supply has like 4 more cables for GPU power that you can keep adding on to, so no issue there. And the performance on it, holy cow, 48 threads, 24 cores, 48 threads, 128 gigs of RAM, and with the Western Digital NVMe drive in there, rocket ship fast. I don't know what's going on with that Seagate drive, and when I come back from vacation, we'll look into that some more. Some people suggested maybe it's a heat-related issue because I didn't have the heatsink on. But these heat sinks, they don't really stave off that much heat. They do a little bit. You know, you might take them down 7 to 9 degrees Celsius, maybe. Now, when you get those big, chunky heat sinks that some manufacturers sell for NVMe drives, those are going to cool much better, except they often get in the way of installing a graphics card, and they often don't match the aesthetic of the system. So by using the heatsink that the motherboard manufacturer includes, you're not using a very good heatsink. It's a heatsink, okay, but it's not a great one, but it looks good. Well, with the heatsink on, I ran the Crystal Dismark test twice in a row, and it performed, the Western Digital performed exactly, well, not exactly, but it performed the reads and the writes in the same, within a few digits of each other of both tests. So it is possible that, you know, even just cooling it 6 to 9 degrees Celsius was all it needed. If that was the problem, I don't know. I'm not going to go back and put the Seagate back in it and figure it out, because the Western Digital is faster and cheaper. So why would I sell the customer one that was more expensive, a little bit slower? I read in the magazines the Seagate was the fastest one, but that's probably overall. I'm only interested in the sequential reads and writes, and the Western Digital was 100 megabytes per second faster on both reads and writes of sequential data. And it was $50 cheaper. So if I had to recommend either the Seagate FireCuda 530 or the Western Digital SN850X, can you guess which one I'm going to recommend? Let's take a look now at the specs of the system, and let me go full screen on my side of things so I can see what you guys are seeing. So first things first, let's just type in, oh, wrong mouse, Carrie. Let's go over here and type in system, S-Y-S-T-E-M, S-Y, come on now, S-Y-S, system information. All right, that's going to pull up all this information. Down the middle tells us about the computer. This is a fresh install of Windows 10 on a new hard drive, and it still recognizes it as an Aurora R4. That's because all that information is encoded in the BIOS. So no matter, back in the day, when you did a fresh install of like a Dell or an HP, you lost all that customization and logos. Not these days. That's all encoded in the BIOS. So also, we did not have to enter a product key. It automatically reactivated after our first visit to Windows Update. There's our Core i7. What does that say it is? It's a 3820. Does that sound right? 3820? This is a Xeon processor. It's a workstation processor, and I was surprised to learn that. We are in UEFI mode, and we have 16 gigs of quad channel RAM, which runs faster than, say, if you had one stick of 16 gig, then you'd be running in a single channel mode. By running in dual channel, it's faster. So we have dual channel means you use 2 sticks of RAM, and you can't run, as far as I know, you can't run more than 2 dual channels on any consumer AMD or Intel chip. You have to go to the Threadripper or the X series of Intel chips, which are like what we call the Xeon processors, that you can then double that to have 4 pairs of RAM, in each pair running in dual channel mode. We call that quad channel. So this system is running on quad channel. It has 4 sticks of RAM, DDR3, that are 4 gigs each, and the performance is better than a single stick of 16 because of the dual channel mode. How much faster? Depends how you use the system. Some people will not notice it at all, and other people, probably people using a workstation as a workstation, would notice the difference quite significantly. I've temporarily disconnected the customer's main drive, so we're only going to have the single 1 terabyte solid state drive in there. He wasn't using it, so I guess we should. And if we run our benchmarks, so over here somewhere, I have my utilities. Find that USB port that's hidden in this awkward position there. I'm still going to complain about that. Let's bring up the standard utilities you guys are accustomed to me seeing. I am full screen right now. I can't see the chat, so you could talk behind my back right now if you want. I can't see it. Let's see. Let's go to PC testing software. Let's bring over CPU-Z. Let's bring over Crystal Disk Mark. Let's bring over HW Monitor, which is what I use for the temps. And let's bring over Prime 95. I always use version 26.6, so I don't have to change any of the default values. A newer version of, if you download a newer version of Prime 95 and you want to run and emulate the same test, when I bring up Prime 95, freeze frame the screen and look at how it's set up. And then you're going to have to manually adjust your main screen to make the same settings changes to match mine. And then your test results will be a fair comparison. For some reason, in later versions of Prime 95, they changed the defaults. I thought it was AVX values that were causing the issue. It wasn't the AVX issues that were discussed. That didn't really make much difference. It was the default settings. Let me show you. When we bring up, first of all, HW Monitor, we want to bring that up so we can see our temperatures. I want to see the temps before I start Prime 95. I also want to put Uncle Carrie's Windows 10 updater, her optimizer on here. And then I'll throw VLC on this as well, like I always do. And then we're done with the flash drive, so we can unplug it. You no longer have to hit safely disconnect. I mean, you can if you want to, but as long as you know there's not any reading or writing activity happening with the flash drive, with Windows 10, you just pull the drive if you want. Now, HW Monitor, first of all, is this in 4K? Because it looks really super tiny to me. Display settings, yeah. It's hard to tell if it's my eyes getting older or if the screen resolutions are getting higher. In this case, screen resolutions. I like to keep this in 1920 by 1080. That makes everything a bit larger, makes it easier for me to see from about 12 feet away from where I'm standing. And now that I can see, HW monitor, and we'll bring up the 64-bit version of that, and we're going to run that and close the window. I'm not installing this software, I'm simply running a portable version of the software, so it doesn't leave any of this nonsense behind, because I think that's disrespectful to do to somebody else's computer. So we always run portable versions for stuff like this. Then I'm going to bring up the Prime 95 version 26.6, and when I double click on it, you'll see all of these settings right here. On any version of Prime 95 after 26.6, they changed this. The options are the same, but the default values are different. So if you just match your default values on a later version of Prime 95 to match exactly what this says, a blend, number of torture test threads to run. Well, actually, that might be related to how many cores we have. I'm not sure. And then these numbers down here, these are the ones that are critical. So if that's the case, you'll have to choose custom and then adjust it. Otherwise, your numbers are going to be way hotter. So, or just get 26.6. Just go to Google, type in download Prime 95 26.6. The first link it brings you to, it will give you every history version of Prime 95, and just they're all alphabetic, numerically sorted. Should be super easy, barely an inconvenience. All right. Let's go ahead and start this. So now we are working, and I'm going to close the program window because we don't need that noise in our way. And we really don't need to see Prime 95. I'm going to just bring it down here away from the camera shot, and we'll bring HW monitor over here to the left. And we want to scroll up, and we want to look at these three areas on our temps. We have our current value, the minimum temperature that it's read since the program started, and the maximum peak temperature it has reached since the test, since the software has started. So I'm going to start with my phone. I'm going to start the timer, and we're going to let this run now for 15-20 minutes and see how well this aftermarket Cooler Master Master Liquid ML120L V2 RGB cooler runs. And while we're doing that, let me do this. Let me make my video a little bit bigger so that we can have the best of both worlds here. Now, one of the things I can do that's bugging me is adjust this RGB. I don't know why it's flashing blue like that. But there's three buttons here. There's one that looks like a recycle button. If I press it, it's cycling. Oh, I see. It cycles through the colors. All right. Then there's the middle button that looks like a little star, or I take it back. What does that look like? It looks like a circle made up of dashes. What happens when I press it? Oh, it makes the light blink on and off in different speeds. Faster blink, slower blink. How about no blink? And then the top button looks like it looks like a little sun, or yeah, and half of the sun is dark and half of the sun isn't. And when we press that, that doesn't seem to be doing a darn thing. And I don't know, again, I haven't read any documentation on this, but if I want that to be just a steady color, so I can make it a steady color using the bottom button. I can adjust which color I want with the middle button. Since this thing seems to like blue, we'll put a blue on there, and then this is probably brightness. Yeah, that's what that's doing. Dimmer, dimmer, dim. Bright, dimmer, 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 bright. So it just goes around in a circle like that. And everything I'm doing is happening on the fan as well. So if I bring down the dim, see it, it's too bright. If I want to change the color, and if I want to change the way the colors are breathing or blinking, and whether or not I want them to change at the same time, which is what it's doing now, that's kind of cool. Silliness. I can feel the hoses. I can feel them having a little vibration, especially this top one. I can really feel that something's moving in this hose. And because of this little piece up here, that was what I was talking about as far as preventing an air cooler from going on there. That was going to get in the way. So I had to do a liquid cooler, and it wasn't really, to be honest, Scythe Mugen 5 cost the exact, it's like $4 more expensive to buy this cooler than to buy a Scythe Mugen 5. But this is, like all liquid coolers, temporary. This will need to be replaced in likely 3 to 5 years, but given that this system is not Windows 11 compatible, once Windows 10 expires in 2025, as long as the cooler makes it that far, which I think it should, 3 years is pretty normal to get a life of at least 3 years out of these coolers. 3 to 6 years, I'd say 4 to 6 years is normal. I've replaced some at 4 years. I've replaced some that were only 1 year old. Depends on the maker. The one that we replaced that was only a year old was a Silverstone cooler. They sell for less money, right? And they're not a name brand. And you know, you start realizing maybe the benefit of a name brand is they sell more, they get more feedback from customers, they get more warranty, they have more money to lose if they screw up. So maybe they make a more reliable product because of it. Give Silverstone some time, and likely they will get better and better with the reliability of their coolers as well. If you're looking for a temporary cooler, cheap as chips, as they like to say in Britain, nothing wrong with the Silverstone cooler. I just haven't had good luck with longevity. You know, for me, getting a 1 year life out of a cooler, unacceptable. I'm not quite sure what Silverstone's warranty is on it. Silverstone did send it to me for free to test, and they offered to send me another one to replace it, but I was very leery to give them another shot, only because it's impacting the owner of the machine, or that machine that I was doing. If it was my own, or if it was going to a friend, that would be a different story. So nothing personal against Silverstone. There are some machines that I will use for internal testing before I decide whether or not that component is worth offering to customers, because anything I sell to a customer is a reflection on my quality. My customers don't know Asus or Corsair. They don't know what any of these names are or what they mean. If they did, they'd likely just do it themselves. They're trusting me to pick the best parts that aren't the most expensive, that aren't the cheapest. They give them great performance. Maybe not the most performance money can buy, but the most performance they can buy within their budget. And they don't want a machine that's going to need constant maintenance or has to go back to a certain person for repair for proprietary parts. If I fall off the face of the earth, if I move away, if they don't like me anymore, anybody can work on the systems that I build, and I show you guys how to build. So if the customers are coming back to me for service outside of warranty, they're doing it because they want to. It's not like a gym membership where they have to keep coming back for 3 years or not. They're going to pay for it regardless. I don't like that business model, and it's likely why I'm not a millionaire, because I don't have that killer, relentless Jeff Bezos, let's nickel and dime them mentality. I'm blaming my mother for raising me with those morals and ethics that are the antithesis to being massively wealthy. There's other ways to get wealthy, but I'm just saying that's the most common way here in America, is you just charge everything all the time, and I'm too nice for that. I really shouldn't be running my own business as far as the financials go. I should hire somebody who can be the jerk and set the prices, and then I could say to the customer, oh, I wish there was something more I could do. I don't control that, you know. I don't get to decide the prices. But the truth is, I do get to decide the prices, and I do make deals with people, especially when I like somebody, and I feel like I want to do something I want them to feel like I did something special just for them. And I think anybody who's ever bought a computer from me, if any of you are in the chat room, I hope you can attest to the fact that you feel like I did something for you that I didn't do for anybody else. Whether it was a discount or I threw something extra in, there's something I did in every single computer. I am sure each person will tell you they weren't just treated like you walked into Best Buy and you paid what everybody else pays and you got what everybody else got, and you were treated the same way everybody else treats you. You didn't get a special greeting or any special gratitude. any more than everybody else gets. In my business, it's more personal to me. I like to build relationships. I don't want to just sell one computer to one person. I'd like to sell 10 computers to one person over a period of many, many years. Or in some cases, these people work at companies or start their own companies, and they want me to provide their business with computers, or they tell their boss, you should hire this guy. He can sell us computers that are really good. And then in that one referral, I could sell 15, 20 computers to one business. All because I was just friendly and nice and made people feel that they were important as a person, not just as a customer. I'd like to think that would get me to $1 million. It's not working out that way, but I'm not living on the street either. So bear in mind, this is just not an ideal way to run a business. Generally speaking, when you're running a business, you can do that with customers if you're making an extraordinary amount of profit from them. In this case, I'm often not only lowering my profit, selling the parts for less than they cost me to build. And some customers, once they see that what I told them is true, because a lot of customers are skeptical. Is this too good to be true? Is this some kind of scam? And I have to remind the customers, you asked me for a computer. I didn't call you and ask you to buy one. And I've been doing this on YouTube since 2008. There's over 1,000 videos here. So, if this is an elaborate scam, how have I not been shut down? So then they get the computer and they're like, wow, this is real. And then they verify what those parts cost and what they paid. Sometimes they do that. And then what they'll do, not always, but sometimes they'll say, I just want to send you an extra $100, or I want to give you a tip. And I always say, look, tips are not expected, but I won't turn it down. And I appreciate that. And they're not obligated to do it. But when they do, as a business owner, I can tell you, if your customers are giving you tips, you're not charging enough. But this is more about community and building relationships. It's not about the profit, but bills are bills and parts cost what they cost. So there has to be some consideration, since we are dealing in a sale, an exchange of goods and services for cash. In order for that to be sustainable over a period of time, you can't give everything away, or you just run out of money and you run out of time and you're out living in the street. That's not a good idea. But what you can do is you can lower your profit margin down. You can even discount it somewhat. In my case, make up for it with any revenue I generate from the video. So for example, I've made 2 videos out of this machine so far. I made a video out of it initially a few years ago. And some of you might have been here who saw that live video. The owner of the computer thought I was insulting to them. Even though I wasn't talking about them, they felt it was insulting. So rather than try to convince the customer that they're wrong, which is never a good idea, I took the video down. I said, look, I'm not going to make that much money from the video. It's not worth arguing about. That was never my intent to make you feel bad. Nobody knows who you are. I never mentioned your name. None of that mattered. Didn't like my tone, didn't like the interpreted intent of my message, and that offended them greatly. And I've never had that reaction from somebody before. So that video came down. It's not worth damaging a relationship over a video that might make me $60 or $100 maybe. So if you remember this original video, but you wonder where did it go, that does happen. And I'll tell you what, that's not the first time that's happened, by the way. Some customers don't want their machines filmed. They don't want customers seeing their desktop. They don't want customers. I have one customer who feels like they truly believe that by looking at the serial numbers of the parts, that it'll somehow point to them, even though we don't register any of these parts. But rather than explain this to the customer, I just say, hey, look, it doesn't matter what your reasoning is. You don't have to qualify your reasoning with me. If you don't want me to film it, I won't film it, and you don't have to tell me why. You don't need to justify it. I respect whatever your reason is. And even though the reason is completely wrong, it's just easier
than trying to reassure them, because the way that backfires is if something bad does happen with regard to an identity theft or even a data breach, they're going to say, see, I told you this is why I didn't want you to film my stuff. That's how people knew to break in. And it's like, well, that's not how it works. But they're convinced of it and they knew better. And so you're always going to lose that argument sooner or later. So best to maintain the relationship in a very peaceful, non-confrontational or combative or even a defensive way. Just honor their wishes, and it doesn't matter why. So in this case, it no longer belongs to that person. So they can't tell me I can't do this now. So now I can talk bad about them all I want. I never mean to talk bad about anybody. I like to use things as real world examples. I didn't think anything I said was anything other than, here's a real world computer. This is normal, the amount of dust and cat hair and stuff it had. They felt like it makes me look like I'm a slob. I'm like, it doesn't. I made it clear in the video. This is normal. People don't realize it. And that's why I have a job. If everybody cleaned out their computers like they're supposed to, probably half of the repair jobs I get, I wouldn't get. And of what little profit I make, I'd be making half of it. So we're good now until they see this video. But it's live and I can't stop it. Oh, now I'm a liar. That's the other thing. When I tell a story about a friend or something, the friend goes, I guess your stories are a bit fictional for entertainment purposes. No. Well, what you said wasn't true. I'm like, yes, it was. And they have a different way of seeing it. So I have to, as this wasn't a problem when the channel was small, but now that people are actually watching it, I'm getting some feedback I wasn't expecting from people I didn't know were watching. And there might be somebody I'm talking about and using them as an example, and come to find out they were watching and I never knew they watched me. And that leads to a phone call. And even though I never say their name or even imply who they are in real life, they are angry at me. So that's the benefit of getting more popular, is people who weren't watching before, once they see, wow, other people are watching, now I'll go watch. So it's like when a sports team enters the playoffs, everybody in the city's a fan now, but normally they don't even root or go to the games or root for the team until they reach the playoffs. Then suddenly they're the biggest fan in the world. But it's a lesson for me to learn as well, because as the channel grows, you can only expect that kind of scrutiny and opportunity for people to misinterpret or be offended to continue to grow as more people watch, right? You're going to have more people, then you have more people to offend, potentially. So I have to be careful with that. I do know that the people who know me in real life, they do know my intent, and they know I would never on purpose say anything bad about them unless they were standing right in front of me, like Mitch. I give Mitch a hard time, but it's all in jest, and we do it because we know each other so well. Sometimes I get a viewer who says something to me that's a little bit, disrespectful, but they're doing it as though we were friends, and that I would know that they're kidding. The problem is they feel like they know me, but I've never met them. I don't know who they are. Most of you watching, I've never met you in real life. I've been fortunate to talk with many of you over the phone, or maybe we've had some email discussions and I've gotten to know you a little bit. But then when some complete stranger just wants to be your buddy and they're saying things that are like, wait a minute, you don't know me that well. Let me rephrase. I don't know you that well. That is a benefit that comes with the familiarity of a relationship that's going both ways. So I don't think people realize they're being offensive when they're trying to be funny, and then they end up upsetting me, which is exactly what happened to me when I thought I was being funny and it offended the person on the computer. So, hold a mirror right in front of me when I'm talking about it. So I do it too, and don't even realize I'm doing it. Now, how long have we been running? 17 minutes and 30 seconds so far on the test. And if I make the screen big, our temps 71, 73. I see 73. I like to keep it at 85 or below. And it shut down after it was running very, very slow at 104. It felt like a dog, and I knew this machine could be faster than that. And I imagine it hit 105 when it shut down. And when I touched the pipes on the old liquid cooler, they damn near burned my hand. It was that hot. So thank goodness for the self-protection of modern day CPUs. Don't freak out about temps, dudes. Don't freak out about temps, dudes. That's gonna be my shirt logo right there. So make people fascinated, infatuated with their CPU temp, my NVMe temp. Hey, have you taken your temperature? Because it sounds like you're getting a little hot. All right, we're gonna just let this keep going. Marco says, we've met. I have a picture to prove it. Yeah, well, that's true. Marco's on the inside. Several of you that are here in the chat are on the inside. Many of you know me in real life. Some of you have known me for decades, like my friend Ron Hillier. He says Dakota, his son, hit 1,000 subs on his channel. Hey, Ron, feel free to put a link to Dakota's channel here in the chat if any of our viewers want to check it out. I met Ron when I was 15 years old, and we've been friends ever since. Roy Starman contributes $10 in Super Chat. He says, I guess you are on the hook for today's dad joke. Oh, I got that covered. And my dad jokes are actually funny. See, I wouldn't normally say that without Mitch being here. I'm just teasing Mitch, even though he's not here. Not a nice thing to do. He needs to be here to, punch me. He would never punch me. He could punch me with his verbal word skill. Oystein joining us from Norway with a $50 Norwegian krona super chat contribution. Oystein's been a member of this channel for many years, a frequent contributor, and somebody I hope one day to meet, which would require me going to Norway. I would love to go to Norway. What a great reason to go. We have a few Norwegian viewers in the chat room, Oystein being one. I know Mats Olof is in Sweden. That's not far from Norway, right? From an American's perspective, aren't they right walking distance? Like this close together on the map. Michael Dane, he's the man. He says, check your email. Okay, we are now at 20 minutes, by the way, on the timer. I guess it's not a timer, it's a stopwatch. Timer counts down, stopwatch counts up. I don't know. Anyway, let's check the email. We're gonna just let Prime 95 torture the heck out of this. Let's see. Gentleman named Joseph had emailed me saying, I built a PC a few years ago based on one of your videos. I played the video and paused it as I went along, and now it's telling me I'm not able to have Windows 11 on it. I know Windows 10 has a few more years, but I was wondering two things. Is Windows 11 worth it? Is there some way for me to get you some info and you tell me what I need to do to get Windows 11 ready, and I'll pay for your time? I wouldn't worry about Windows 11 just yet. Let me come back to that in a second. There is the contribution of $10 from Michael Dane. He says, here's an Outer Limits quote. There is nothing wrong with your television. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are now in control of the transmission. We control the horizontal and the vertical. We can deluge you with 1,000 channels or expand one single image to crystal clarity and beyond. If I'd have known you were going to send that, Michael, one of the filters I stumbled on in OBS, which I'm like, what the heck is this for? Is a scrolling filter. So I could turn the scroll on when I say, we control the horizontal. No, we control the vertical and we control the horizontal. I guess that's what that filter's for. I can't imagine any other time I'd need it. There we go. The outer limits. All right, enough of that. I'm sure there's a reason that filter exists in OBS. I have no idea why. It's a very strange filter. All right, let's remove that filter so I don't accidentally activate that annoyance again. I am not a filter. That's an annoyance you can't remove. Well, you can click the little X, but I wouldn't if I were you. Let's see. Turn this. Are you sure you want to remove scroll? Yes. Okie dokie. Thank you, Michael. Our temps now, what's our peak? 70, let's say 76. We're at 23 minutes. Let's just let it keep running. I mean, why not? Remember, I did disable the overclocking on it, so I'm sure if it were overclocked, we wouldn't be doing this well. And it's still respectably fast machine. You saw it boots up quick. It's quiet. And with that, what is that, a 2060 or something like that in there? 3060? I can't remember. What do we put? A what? No, the cooler. Oh, it's a 1060 GTX 1060. It's fine for a lot of basic games, especially the older ones, or playing games in a lower resolution. But that's how it was being used very happily with no complaints, by the way, since I had rebuilt it. But it looks like 76 Celsius. We're going to keep that running. And once again, I'm going to go back over to the chat and see what you guys have on your mind. If you've asked a question, I have not seen it, please ask it again now that I'm paying attention. Magne Johansson with a 55 Norwegian kroner contribution in Super Chat says, another reason to go to Norway. Good to see you, long time. Thank you so much. I know I have a handful of viewers in Norway. Given the population of Norway, and of Scotland too, I have more viewers, I think, per capita than in Norway and in Scotland than I think in other countries like the United States and England that have a much larger population. So that's just really, really cool. You know, we have a couple viewers in New Zealand. We have over a dozen in Australia. Every once in a while, we have one from Japan that joins us. I think an American serviceman stationed in Japan. We also have about 3 or 4 what are apparently expats living in Thailand that watch us, like John Davidson. I haven't seen him in a long time, but he was also an original contributor to the first Threadripper build. But he was in the chat a couple days ago, so you know he's been watching for years. And it's just really neat to be able to broadcast to the entire world. And what I'm saying, you can see and hear within about 6 seconds after I say it. In fact, let's see what today's delay is. Kind of curious. I'm going to say a number. Now you get ready. Position yourself in the chat room. Get your keyboard close by. I'm going to say a number. When you hear that number, type it in and hit enter into the chat so we can see what the delay is between when I speak and when you hear me. Are you ready? My number is 1, 2, 1. And already I'm seeing 1, 2, 1 in the chat room. I think that was about 4 seconds. Isn't that incredible to have such a low latency around the world? So, yeah, you guys, some of you are a little behind, might be because you're slower typers, or you may not be, you may not have that progress bar moved all the way forward. You can hit the refresh button on your browser if you want to be absolutely sure you're right at the same moment all the earlier answers were. If you typed your number in later than everybody else, and it wasn't because you're a slow typer, or that it took you longer, it may be that the lag that you're hearing is because you are not advanced all the way to the end of the video. So realize that if you are going to do that, you might be answering questions that other people have already answered on this broadcast and future broadcasts that confuses me because I thought we already moved on. Like I'll have somebody 25 minutes from now will enter 121. You know that's going to happen. And now that I said it, now I know you're going to do it on purpose, aren't you? All right, so we are at 27 minutes. I'm going to let it go a full half hour, and we'll check what our final temps are. But that is the delay. It's really, really low, considering it's going all the way around the world. We have over 400 viewers watching live right now. So welcome in. Happy Friday. As you can tell, I'm already checked out. I am ready to leave. So today is a very easygoing day. I don't have any pressure on me to do anything today. The pressure was initially to see if I could get the train PC, this other PC, local, and Threadripper done before I left. But Threadripper is a very expensive computer, so that one was the most important computer. It also didn't involve complicated shipping and packing, and the modifications of changing the video card out and swapping out the NVMe were much faster than, let's say, tearing apart the entire train PC and taking that one little rubber piece off and then putting it all back together. Then only have to figure out how I'm going to pack it. So in any event, I'm so relieved that that's handled. Thready's Revenge is now in the hands of a local owner, so he runs into any issues in the future. He's welcome to bring it back for any service, repair, upgrades, which will give us more content. But I thought you said you were going to Michigan. Even when I move to Michigan, it's going to be a back and forth. I will initially, once I buy a house in Michigan, I'll be there for probably 6 weeks. Then I'll come back here probably for 6 weeks. Then I'll go back there for 8 weeks, and I'll come back here for maybe 4 weeks. Then I'll go out there for 2 or 3 months, and then I'll come back out here for maybe a month. It depends on how cold the Michigan winter is. I don't think in Grand Rapids really gets that cold. I'm not going to be on the lake. I'm not going to have the lake effect. However, my blood has what we call thinned out, given that I've lived in Arizona 4 times longer than I've ever lived in Michigan. But I was born, raised, and what's the word I want? What do they call that when they keep banging on steel and cooling it off and then heating it up and banging on it, and they make that steel harder and harder and harder? Forged. I was forged in Detroit, and that was those formative years that developed the culture I was in, how I was raised, the way the people in society were in the 1970s. In 1980 is when we moved to Phoenix, and I've been here. I've also been to San Diego or San Marcos, California. I lived out there off and on. My parents had separated, and when one parent had enough of me, they sent me to go live with the other one. It's nice to feel wanted and loved. In any event, I don't like California. I don't like Phoenix. Given a choice, I'll take Phoenix over California, at least Southern California, any day of the week. Now, once you get above the Bay Area, once you're going up into maybe, well, Santa Barbara's pretty nice, but I can't afford it. But you got to go up above Sacramento, go further up north, and you get into sort of more country. Closer you get to Oregon, the nicer California gets, in my opinion. It's too crowded, too expensive in the Bay Area, San Francisco, Southern California, including Los Angeles and San Diego and everything in between. It's just jammed full of people. Or if you're going east in California, at a certain point you just hit desert and nothingness, which is more or less like being in Yuma for, when you hit Palm Springs, Indio, where Coachella is, that's all very, very hot desert area. And if you go north, say up around San Francisco, and then head east, well, then you're into the mountains. That's where Yosemite National Park is. I'm trying to remember the name of those mountains. Do you remember the name of those mountains? San Andreas? No, the mountains around Yosemite. What's that whole region called? I'm sure somebody in the chat's going to tell me. Very common. Once I hear it, I'm like, duh, we've all heard of it, I'm sure. Sierra Mountains. Yeah, Lana Dro came up with it just as I said it. But I'm going to give Lana credit for it. And I'll thank you for the Sierra Mountains. And that's a very different California, what I'm trying to tell you. Yosemite is nothing like the coastal side of California. So, and I mean that in the way of money. Things aren't as expensive. Things are not as crowded. And again, when I was younger, you want to be where it's happening, right? That's a pretty typical young attitude. You got a lot of energy. You want to be where it's happening. People love New York because it's the city that never sleeps. There's always something to do, even at 3 o'clock in the morning. At my age, I want peace and quiet. Keep it down out there. Get off my lawn. So being in a, and when I say New York, I'm referring to New York City, not the entire state, because upstate New York is very, very different than the boroughs. So in any event, nice place to visit. Wouldn't want to live there. But I know people that absolutely love the hubbub. They love the energy of the city. And to me, it's overstimulus. It's too much. It's chaos. And it overwhelms me. And I'm sure that if I had to live there, I'd need some medication. Like, what's that stuff that's supposed to, clonazepam or something like that? It's supposed to resolve anxiety. Xanax. Oh yeah, I would have a diet of pills if I had to live there. All right, 33, almost 34 minutes in. Let's take a quick look and shut off Prime 95, because I think it's fair to say no customer that owns this computer is ever going to push all the cores at 100% with that much RAM usage without giving it a breather for what is now 34 minutes. And we've achieved a absolute maximum peak temperature of, what is that, 76 or 75? So when we first started the test, as it was idling, it idled at 39. Right now it's at 71, because depending on the types of test Prime 95 is running, some aren't quite as CPU intensive and don't result in, it's not as though you're going to run Prime 95 and it just this one thing and just till the CPU gets hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. It's not how it works. Prime 95 runs all different kinds of tests. Some are more RAM emphasized, some are more CPU. I do a blend of both, and then depending on which test it's doing, the extreme tests, when those are occurring, because that's when you start seeing your temperatures climb. But when the temperatures level off and start moving back the other way, that means Prime 95 is finished with that particular test and has moved on to whatever the next one is. Now, if we wanted to expand these windows, we could get more information of what the exact test is, but I don't care. I just want to make sure that no matter what the customer throws at this, that this machine can handle it for at least 20 minutes without overheating. Now, we've already gone 35 and a half minutes. I am very confident that the customer will never cause this machine to overheat, no matter what they run on it. So we'll hit test and stop the workers. We have to confirm you want to stop, okay. And now we'll watch this main temperature here, that 71 is already dropped to 58, 53. It'll keep going. It should get down into the 40s, I would imagine. Liquid coolers take longer to cool off than air coolers. Liquid takes longer to cool down. That's one of the potential downsides, is your CPU is going to stay hotter longer after it's performed the work, because the water takes, or the liquid, we call it water, it's not water. The liquid in it doesn't cool down instantly the same way a tower fan does. As a result, it will eventually start to drop over the next few minutes as the fluid starts, the mass of it starts to dissipate off all that heat. It's just a slower process. Some people think liquid coolers are superior no matter what. There's pros and cons to everything in this world, from price, ease or difficulty of installation, longevity, reliability, effectiveness, and of course, as I mentioned in this case, differences in, well, the liquid coolers do better in keeping hotter things cooler. They don't do better in returning cool things back to being cool as fast, because again, that liquid takes longer to cool down. So, pros and cons, you pick what's right for you. Let me look back into the chat. I guess we can go full screen again back here on camera numero uno. When I was adjusting the LUT, I did a search on Google and found a Reddit, no, is it a Reddit forum? It was an OBS forum, obviously, where somebody made about 74 different predefined LUTs. Those are lookup tables for like webcams, outdoor cams. And so they already did the work for you. And so all I have to do is bring those into OBS and select different LUTs and compare the picture. It's that easy. Let me show you. I mean, this is as good a time as any to talk about the importance of color grading and how it has been essentially what I've been battling with the new cameras is trying to get the color out of them. Let's go to, I have to go to my network drive, was where I copied the LUT files. It was a free download, nothing fishy about it. And none of these LUTs may work for me. However, somebody went through an awful lot of time creating them. And it's quite likely that one of these LUTs will be ideal for the camera. And in doing so, I don't have to risk losing the LUT I'm using now. They each stand as an individual file name. So as long as I remember what file name the lookup index is that I'm using, or the lookup table is, I can put it right back to how it is. But let me just show you how this works, and you guys can see firsthand the impact color grading has on video. I think you'll be surprised. So what I do is I right-click on my video source, which is camera 1, and I go to filters, and then there's a filter called Apply LUT, again, lookup table. I double-click on that, or single-click, and there's a browse button. And I can browse to the source of all the LUTs that were provided, 74 of them. OBS comes with about a half dozen predefined, but they're all, you know, there's one where I can remove all colors, but let's say red. Yeah, let me show you how that works. So this is a red isolated LUT, and what that's going to do is it's going to basically make everything black and white, but if there's red, the red comes through in color. So that's an effect of color grading. Can you tell? Does everything look black and white? Look at the sign. Look at this box. Look at the cap of the Gatorade versus the Gatorade. It's like the Gatorade is black and white, but the cap is orange. The clock over here, you can see the red, but the other two numbers look like they're the same color of gray. That's kind of fun. Have you ever seen a movie like Sin City, or what's another one, 300? Those Frank Miller movies where they colorize them like that, where like the red really pops and everything else is black and white. Yeah, but Sin City, there was another one. What was the sequel? Oh, just Sin City 2? But wasn't there a third? There's another movie. I thought 300 also did that, if I'm not mistaken. But it's more of an artistic thing, not really useful for us. But that's a default option of a lookup table that OBS includes. So if we go to back over to my filters for camera 1, back over to click on Apply LUT, then I'm going to browse to my, where did I put them? Put them in Documents, LUT pack. Now we have content filters, film presets, webcam presets. Let's see what contrast filters. Let's try the first one. Ooh. Yeah, you can see everything's really washed out. Back over to filters, apply LUT, I click on it, hit browse. It should take me back to the same directory I was just in, so I don't have to keep drilling through it. This is a low contrast. Then let's try that's actually not too bad. Let's try, again, we'll go back to filters. I think they're in this category, there's 5 to choose from, so that's number 2. Now this is a medium high contrast. Yeah, it's too bright. So we'll go to number 4. Number 4 is a very high, oh, that's going to look terrible. And then number 5 is very low contrast. Okay, so you can see what we're dealing with here and how it's controlled in OBS, not so much in the camera. Now, there are other categories in this lookup table index that I've downloaded for free from the forums at OBS. So those were all under a particular directory called contrast filters. So apparently I don't want a contrast filter because I don't think any of those particularly looked ideal or better than what I had done myself. So let's go back to we have film presets and webcam presets. So with film presets, we have a ton of that I'm not going to go through all of them. Kodak, Fujifilm, so they're actually per camera. Do we have one for Canon? Agfa, Eastman, Kodak, a lot of Kodak stuff. I'm just going to pick a random Kodak. Ooh, I don't like that one bit. Back over to filters. Browse again. Let's get out of that category. Let's look at the webcam filters or presets. There's only 3 of them. Here's the first one. Oh, that is bright orange. Woo! Is it hot in here or is it just me? All right, let's go back and see what else we got. Because I know webcams are going to need a lot of color correction, so probably none of these are going to look good, but I'm having fun playing with them. And then we'll do the second of 3. That's a little less saturated, but I think this is radiating. And then let's go over to the final option of webcam preset. I'm sure it's gonna just be overly saturated. Well, this one doesn't look, now it's too dark. Now we've gone completely the other way. None of that's any good for me. Now, I could go through the film ones as well, or I can make my own, which is really what you should do. Now, the one I made, I just didn't have a picture full screen. So I know I can make it better if I can get a bigger image that I'm adjusting the colors on. But I'm going to save you now from looking at that and go back to the original LUT filter that I created. Like I said, when I created it, I was working off a very small image versus working on a full screen image. So once I can figure out how to get that image in full screen in DaVinci Resolve 18, that's where I'm applying those colors and creating the lookup table that OBS needs. And there's a video here on YouTube, several that show you how to do this. I just wish it was built into OBS and it would have made my life so much easier, but at least I got there, okay? Took me a while, but I got there. So default, I have to go into program files, then I go into the OBS studio folder, then I go into the data folder, and then I go into the OBS plugins folder, and then I go into the OBS filters folder, and then I go into the LUTs folder, and then I look for the folder I create, the file that I created, which is this one. And so this is my color grading that I chose for this camera. Now, that's how that works. And you can see I'm on the right path to getting those colors dialed in and vibrant. I just don't have the time. But it's a great way to leave for vacation because now I know what I have to do. And I don't even have to color grade it on this machine. I can take a still image from this camera in OBS. You know, I can open the snipping tool and just snip the image, save that file, and work on it on any computer. Even while I'm in Michigan, I can put it on my laptop and mess around until I think the picture looks good. And then apply those color change settings to the original LUT file that is included with OBS and just rename it to something else. So I always keep that original as the default from OBS. And then copy it back over to this machine and try it when I get back. That's the beauty of doing color grading. You don't have to do it on the machine you're on. And depending on what monitor you're looking at, your color grading can look very different from one monitor to another. So that just adds a little bit of uncertainty. You know, when I'm doing it, I'm just not 100% positive I'm dialing it in exactly. So Doman says you need a fixed reference image to start with, or you keep adjusting and tinkering endlessly. Well, yes, I realized that when I see people holding up the white board for white balancing, when I'm shopping on Amazon to buy the white board, which on the other side is typically gray for deeper colors, they often include a color index card, which I thought was only for photographers. I'll often see professional photographers have their subject hold the index, the color index. It's just a piece of cardboard about yay big. It's got a bunch of colors and shades on it. They hold it, they take one image under the current lighting with the current distance, and then they say thank you, they take that, and they take pictures of their subject, and then they can color grade them in post-production. But now I can see where that would be helpful when setting up the colors here on video. They're very, very cheap. I could just go on Amazon and order one. Nothing I'm going to do now because I'm leaving soon, but I will deal with that when I get back. And you're absolutely right. That is going to take all the guesswork out. All I have to do is take a video of me holding the color card and then freeze frame a single shot of that video and output it as a still image. Take the still image, put it in DaVinci Resolve, which is a free program that professionals use. This is an Emmy Award-winning editing program that is used in both movies and TVs. As a result, it's very complex. And you can buy a license for it, which enables a bunch of features that are likely only needed by people in professional television and movie production. It's only $295. Where they're making their money, and this is all black magic, the people that make the high-end cinema cameras, where they're making their money is they sell editing control panels that plug into your computer that are more like a real editing control panel that interface with the DaVinci Resolve software. One of these control panels, I kid you not, is $26,000. Well, I don't need anything near that, nor do I have anywhere to place it. But that's the level of software we're dealing with. If you want to test if your system is fast or not, load up a free copy of DaVinci Resolve and just manually edit any video. You can download one of my YouTube videos, put it in there and edit it. And it will bring your computer to its knees unless you have something like Threadripper. It's going to use 100% of your CPU, 100% of your RAM, and 100% of the performance of your storage, the throughput of your storage. And your whole system is just going to feel like it just aged 10 years. That's how powerful the software is. So even me just creating these LUT tables, it locked my laptop, which has been perfectly fine. It's locked it up twice. I don't know what's going on with that, but it happened after I saved the file anyway, and I had to restart the computer. Nothing's ever caused my laptop to do that in the years that I've had it. And I still haven't really embraced the replacement laptop, the white Dell XPS. It's been sitting sort of as a backup, but it's an 11th gen processor. What I'm using now is a 9th gen processor. They've both been upgraded to 4 terabyte drives and 64 gigs of RAM. So they're both identical. The only difference, it's still a Dell XPS 15. I think one's a 9510 and one's a 9530, is it? I can't, you can look at the channel. I don't even know what I own. Anyway, that machine, even if I just use DaVinci Resolve on that one, will probably handle it with a bit more grace than my older one. But I was just surprised that the old one locked up the first time and upset it locked up a second time, because it's like, what's going on? This laptop has been trouble-free. So I don't know, I might have to go through and test the memory again. Maybe one of my modules way up in the higher end has gone bad and I just have never run an application that utilizes that much. Or maybe driver related, or maybe the DaVinci Resolve program isn't created that good. Or maybe when you pay the $295 lifetime license, maybe it stops crashing. Actually, the software didn't crash, it just stopped responding. So, you know, make of that what you will. But let's take a look here in the chat and see what I'm missing, because I didn't see any of your comments as I was going through all those different lookup tables. Robert says, did you see my question? No, I did not. If you have a question, please retype it now, and I'll do my best to read it out loud and not only provide whatever I can for an answer, invite the viewers in the chat room to also provide what they believe is an answer. And so that way the person asking has perhaps a choice or a consensus. Dennis Paulson said he's been told this year will be another mild winter. Yeah, well, it's been a long time since I've been in any winter. Flagstaff is about as close as that gets, and I'm only up there for a day or two, and then I come back, right? So that's because Subaru Mike used to live up in Williams, Arizona. And when I'm in Michigan and it's snowing, there's no escaping it. You're stuck. It's going to be cold day and night for months. Me personally, I like the cold. I guess I'm a bit different because most people prefer the heat. I do not prefer the heat. However, ask me in January or February when I'm in Michigan if I still feel the same way. But Samuel Kowalski says, what happened to drinking Coke? I don't know, man. I just doesn't. I still have I have those cans of Coke. In fact, I think I'll have one now. I don't find them to be as fulfilling anymore. They don't satisfy me anymore. Whatever Coca-Cola was doing for me, it was satisfying me for decades, and it's not satisfying me anymore. So, not for health reasons, but rather for my own, just getting bored, I guess. I have cut down the amount of Coca-Cola I'm drinking because it just isn't doing it for me. If I go to dinner, I'll have a Coke or a Pepsi, whatever they have. If I go through a drive-through restaurant, I'll go ahead and get a Coke, because those do tend to taste better out of the fountain machine with a straw than anything that I'm pulling out of the fridge. But what I do pull them out of the fridge, they seem to have more carbonation. So these are the smaller cans, and normally, I'll be honest, I'm only drinking about a half of the can. And then I dump the rest down the sink because it'll go flat by tomorrow, and then I won't want to drink it if it's flat. So, cheers. First Coke of the day. Luke Grania says the leaves are already turning and dropping here in Vermont. I expect an early winter this year. I would love to do a drive through Vermont. It looks like a beautiful state. Maybe I'll do Ben & Jerry's and Build-A-Bear while I'm there. Build a Ben & Jerry's. Nick Clark says, I can tell you all about Central California. It's certainly populated. You don't say. It was populated in the 80s when I lived there. And I still go back. I still have family there. So I'm there at least once a year. And I don't like it. Not the family, the state. That's the right thing to say, isn't it? Anyway, I kid. I do not find California likable. I don't even like the thought of going to Disneyland or Universal Studios. It just seems like punishment at this point in my life. Job PV says you were wanting to say the Sierra Nevada mountain range. That is correct. Not the Sierra mountain range, but Sierra Nevadas. Thank you for that. I thought something was missing, but we were close enough. Carrie Torino. That's what Steve Mercure says. Did you guys see the movie with Clint Eastwood, Torino? Get off my lawn. Martin says Casey Neistat just moved back to New York City. LA was not right for him. Yeah, well, I predicted that. I figured Casey wasn't. Casey had a deal going on with CNN. He sold something to him, and I think he went to California as, I believe it was all part of this whole thing he was doing to expand his career. But you can tell he's a New Yorker. You know, some people you're just, listen, you can take the boy out of New York, but you can't take the New York out of the boy. In much the same way, you can take the boy out of Detroit, but you can't take the Detroit out of the boy. You know, when it comes down to it. Uh-oh, did we lose the stream? I just noticed a bitrate drop there, but maybe YouTube Studio's lying to me because OBS says we're okay. Let me look through. It looks like I've missed a number of contributions here, so whatever I was talking about, I've already forgotten. Once again, thank you to John Jack Wilson and XRod666 and Peter Laycock. And then for the ones I've missed since then, there's Ian Gooch with a 10-pound contribution. I mentioned Roy Starman, who wants me to do the dad joke of the day. Okay. And Oystein and Magni Johansson. And then let me look back through the chat. I keep telling you guys to ask your questions again, and then I keep getting sidetracked and forgetting to scroll down my chat window here. Let's see. Carrie, will you still be servicing business customers in Michigan if you move there? Well, a lot of work I do now is done remotely anyway. So there's one benefit that COVID, if there is a benefit, I mean, if it's not a twisted mentality to find a silver lining on that cloud, is that the acceptance of remote access is now more widely agreed upon. I had one customer fire me because they never saw me in the office. They thought they were paying me to do nothing. They literally said, "Why are we paying you? What do you do here? Because I haven't seen you in here in months, but I pay you every month." I said, "Yeah, I'm doing your backups remotely. I'm doing your updates remotely. I'm providing your antivirus service and licensing. I am doing maintenance on the computers, cleaning up temp files, making sure everything's updated. I'm handling support calls that are coming in from your employees you know nothing about. And I'm doing it all remotely." Well, he nodded his head as though he understood, and then a couple weeks later said, "I'm going to let you go." Then the pandemic hit where people couldn't go to the office anymore. And I think, and I hope, he now has a better understanding of what I was doing for him. But he was an old school guy. If I don't see you here, you must not be working. I think he now understands working remotely is still working whether or not you see me. Mike Smith and I even discussed how he finds it important to stop by his clients at least once a month during business hours to just say hello. I'm like, I got things to do. I don't want to interrupt their productive day to pop in for no reason other than to say hello. And he says, well, then that's why you're going to lose customers. And he wasn't wrong. But now since the pandemic, now everybody's well educated on remote and have probably done it themselves. And I think unless I have to be there to physically change out some equipment or to physically diagnose equipment beyond what I can do remotely, what we do instead, especially when I'm on vacation, is those clients have spare computers that are not in use for this very occasion. All the software is the same on all the machines, and all the data is stored on the NAS, what we call a server. No data is to be stored at any individual computer. I don't back up the individual computers. There's over 20 of them at this office that I'm talking about right now. So if they start saving data locally and something happens where the drive fails, they're in a lot of trouble. And then I don't want to get the blame since it's my responsibility to back up. So when you see me build machines for these businesses, you'll see I put very small NVMe drives, sometimes no more than 512 gigs, sometimes no more than 256 gigs. And the reason for that is all they need is their applications and Windows on there. So if they start saving things, and they shouldn't be, to their local drive, I'm going to get a support call when they start running out of space and start getting error messages popping up on Windows. Then I can say, hey, you're not supposed to be saving this stuff here. And we have a chance to then educate that employee and enforce those rules because none of that data was getting backed up. That's why you'll see me build business machines for certain businesses that operate this way with small storage drives, because we can catch it earlier. If I put a 2 terabyte or a 1 terabyte drive, who knows how much stuff they could build up, and then if the drive fails or the system gets a virus, none of that stuff was backed up. All I do is back up the NAS. As a result, the benefit is now if a system were to go down and I'm out of town, that employee can go sit at a different desk that has a spare computer with all the same software. There's not even logins they have to deal with. It's all peer-to-peer, open, all the same software is installed. They can print to all the same printers. They just have to either move that computer into their office or temporarily move their butt into somebody else's office until I have a chance to pick up that computer and repair it. And so that's how we don't run into these emergencies. Where there's an emergency is if the internet goes down and they can't figure it out beyond having them unplug the cable modem or unplug the networking equipment and plug it back in. The system's still down. I have to tell them to call the ISP and have a representative from the ISP come out if the ISP is saying they're not down. Quite often, in a situation where rebooting the equipment doesn't bring the internet back, it's because the ISP is down and there's nothing I can do about it anyway. Other times, if something else is going on, where the ISP says, we're not having an outage there, so there may be something happened to the feed coming into the building or the modem itself, which they lease from the ISP, it still requires the ISP on site. So for all of those reasons, I can safely go 2,300 miles and be able to still do remote backups and remote support. And if any computer breaks, they have spares to jump to. And if the internet goes down, they know how to reboot the modems, routers, and switches by unplugging and plugging them back in. Right now, one of my clients is having a random intermittent internet outages that happen several times a week, and there doesn't seem to be a rhyme or reason. So I've asked them to take a little notepad and to write down the time of day that the internet's not working and the day. It's Friday, September the 16th. Internet went down first thing in the morning. It was down when I came in today. I said, keep doing that. And after we have about 6 to 8 weeks worth of data, I can look and see if I'm finding a pattern in it. I suspect one of the network switches is starting to go flaky. That's my best guess right now. When they unplug and plug in the equipment, it comes right back on again. So they know how to deal with it, but it's annoying. And somebody else installed this networking equipment they've got now. I did not install it. I did not approve it. I wasn't even told it was going to happen. And now they don't want that guy who installed it to maintain it. They want me to maintain it. And this is some high-level enterprise ubiquity, like they have a, what's that machine called? A dream machine? Ubiquity dream machine? That thing is it's expensive. And it's such a small office. They only have like 12 employees. That dream machine should be used in a corporate environment that has hundreds of employees. So somebody convinced them to buy this overkill equipment, and they want me to maintain it. And I'm explaining to them, I may not know how. I mean, that's way different to configure than consumer-based routers. Well, the guy who set it all up backed up the configuration file and sent it to me. So at least if I have to replace it or modify it, I can put all the settings back, but I have no idea what the settings are or where they go, but I can restore settings file. So we'll see how the future goes with that, because if this Ubiquity equipment, since it's been installed, has been flaky, well, let me rephrase. It was fine for about a year. Now it's gotten flaky. And now they're passing it over to me, which I never would have put that equipment in to begin with. And I don't necessarily want to learn it just for one customer. But I do know somebody that's more familiar with that enterprise grade of level of equipment who can assist me. And I talked to the customer and I said, look, if you want me to do this, I'm going to tell you right now, this is out of my pay scale. But I know somebody, and if you will permit me to allow them in your office, because I have the keys and the alarm code to come in after hours, I said, I'll introduce you to them just to make sure you like them. They'll only be there with me. They'll never be there. They're not going to get the keys or the alarm code. Would you be okay with that? Because if you're not okay with it, I think you're probably going to have to hire somebody else, because I don't know how to, keeping it running is fine. But when it breaks, fixing it, I've never worked with that level or grade of equipment, and I really don't want to. It's information overload. It just has, what sites are visited most often, and who cares? We don't need that data, but it is what it is. Okay, back to Harry, my blood pressure is too high. Yeah, well, when I put that filter on and I turned orange, agreed. Paul Kitching says, usually when using lookup tables, you should film with a flat profile in the camera and then apply an LUT. That's why you're getting more crazy and overdone results. Yes, thank you. That is a good reminder. As I mentioned, when you look at the raw footage from a Hollywood movie and listen to the raw sound, the sound is hollow, low, very low volume, and the video is going to be very flat looking. And that's coming out of, cameras that are $250,000. And that's done that way because they're encoding a bunch of information in the file. And then your editing software or your post-production software then allows you to do more accurate color grading. As a result, you have different, like what they call S-log and all those other types of ways of encoding the data. It's a little bit differently with HDR than it would be with SDR. And it's all stuff I have to learn. And you're absolutely right. I need to set the cameras flat or leave the cameras alone and just simply adjust my own custom lookup table for that. I mean, each camera needs its own anyway. But to do it the professional way, the way folks in TV and movies do it, it should be flat. It should look terrible. And then you take that terrible image and you process it, and it's like, what an amazing image. A lot of people think that the audio and the video come right out of the camera looking as good as what you're watching in a movie, let's say. A lot of times, say, take Mad Max, there's an orange tint that the actors didn't. The actors, when they're filming Mad Max, they're filming in a sunlight. It's not orange. It's bright white light out in the desert. And when they apply this orange tint to it, it gives it a more deserty feel. It adds a mood. But even the actors don't know until they see the final edit or they see a piece of the edit showing what the intent is. What they experienced and what they're seeing on the screen is completely different. So again, I love stuff like this. I love messing with cameras. I always have. And now that I have a few new ones to play with, I just got a little overwhelmed on the big Canon because it's got so many features I've never even heard of. I don't know what they do. I kind of got a little frustrated and set it off to the side. And so when I get back from vacation, I'm going to start playing around with it because that's why I wanted the camera. I've had a few people say, oh, your picture looks worse. Ha, 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 you wasted your money. And it's like, well, we know who's listening and paying attention, and we know who isn't. Because the more expensive the camera is doesn't mean the picture is worse. It means it requires more knowledge on behalf of the operator to know how to use it properly. And that's on me. I can assure you, I did not make a mistake when I bought that Canon camera. For a minute, I thought I did, but no, that's the motivation to learn. Otherwise, why would I? And unlike the Ubiquiti stuff that I don't want to learn, I do want to learn this camera stuff because I have a genuine interest in it, and I always have. In college, before I changed my major to being an automotive mechanic, I was in video production. We were using like Macintosh to do some graphics for our videos, and everything was filmed on VHS. And I only took that for 2 semesters, 1 year in community college. Switched over to the GM training facility once I realized any sort of job opportunities in Arizona in cinematography were going to be very limited unless you were planning to move to LA or New York. You likely weren't going to be a big famous director, but rather maybe get hired by some company to make safety training videos for their employees. I did not want to do that. But now my passion for cameras, for cars, and for computers and the internet has come together to what is this channel and what this channel represents. That's why you do see car repair videos, but I have Subaru Mike be the host of that, and I just operate the camera. The benefit is that when Mike's talking about a specific part of the engine, I know where to point the camera. You can't just hand somebody a camera and say, show me the fuel pump. If they don't know what a fuel pump is or where it is, you have to then guide them Say, okay, and it slows the whole process down of what we're trying to film. So that works really well as a team, having him do what he does best, let me run the cameras. And then of course we always edit those. Those are never done live, because if I let Mike talk without editing, I will probably have my YouTube channel taken away from me. He's hilarious. $10 comes in from the Greek, who also just became a new member for 5 months. Right on. Well, thanks for joining our tech club, the Greek. And with his $10 super chat, he says, have a few snacks on the road for me. You be safe on your adventure. We will all be here waiting for an update when you get there. Cheers to all my brothers here. Right on. Thank you also for your Amazon gift card the other day. And you say most accidents happen within 5 miles of where you live. So that's why I've moved. But when I take these road trips, the worst thing that usually happens is there's some road debris. Like one time on the road trip up, there was a big tire in the road, and I was stuck on a 2-lane bridge behind a big tractor trailer carrying cars, and there was nobody in the lane next to me. And I mean, we were coming to a dead stop, but there's nobody in the lane next to me. So why am I stuck behind this guy? So I switch over to the lane, and as soon as I do, there's a tire that's basically unraveled. It's like one long piece of tire with steel belts hanging out of it across the entire length of the lane. And I've got my foot on the accelerator as I'm speeding up, and I see it, and I had nowhere to go. I had a brick wall to my left that was the edge of the bridge. I had the tractor trailer pulling, with a load of cars to my right, and I just had to brace for hitting that tire, and it damaged the front right corner of the car. Like, it just gouged the paint right off of it. What are you going to do? So one of the reasons I wanted to take the Lexus is it's got higher ground clearance. It would just drive over that without a problem. It wouldn't cause any damage. So a little more ground clearance is important, because driving for 2,300 miles? Whatever Phoenix to Grand Rapids is, you guys can Google it. That route inevitably carries hundreds of thousands of cars each and every day. And as a result, when cars break down, things fall out of the back of a truck, debris. I saw a dog at the side of the road with a car pulled over and people around it, and I thought, oh no. It looked like somebody had their dog with them on the freeway, and the dog jumped out of the car. That was the most disturbing. I've seen some pretty horrific car accidents, and I've seen some pretty injured people, but nothing tugged on my heartstrings like imagining, because I didn't know what happened, but for some reason there was a dog, there was a car pulled over, and people were surrounding it, and the dog just wouldn't be wandering out on the freeway. I'm sure it was their dog. Something must have happened that wasn't good. And I don't know that it was likely whatever happened was going to be survivable for that dog. So, yeah, that's a tough thing. However, there is also roadkill. There's a lot of possums, raccoons, and especially when I go into Michigan, deer. Although typically the deer are off to the side, but somebody must have moved them there. And of course, there's a risk if you're driving out in the wilderness, especially either early in the morning or just as the sun is setting. That's when they like to come out, and they'll just dart across the road. You would never even know they were there. Just you're driving, and then suddenly, boom, there's a deer. Where the heck did that come from? They're quick. And if they're in the woods behind the trees, it's not like as you're driving, you can say, oh, look at the pretty deer. Sometimes you can. Sometimes you're driving, and you can kind of see them. But when they start crossing, then they usually don't travel alone. That can total a car and even cause death and serious injury to the passengers if you are driving at a high rate of speed. So again, to be in a bigger car with more protection is very important to me. I wouldn't want to do this in a Mazda Miata. Too low to the ground. Also, a lot of other drivers are driving pickup trucks and SUVs, so if they hit you, they might just roll right on top of you. So, and also, the SUV and it has a lot of room in the back to move all the luggage and stuff I want to bring, And I usually come back with more because there's stuff from Michigan that I inevitably find and want to take home. But if it's a house, that won't fit in the car. But hopefully the car will fit in the house. That's a requirement I have. Got to have a garage. I'm not leaving my car out in the snow. All right, keep going here as I am trying to get caught up with the chat, and the chat's moving way faster than my lengthy responses. Trevor says the color is now very blue. You think it's blue? I don't know. If I turn the filter off, I mean, I see what you're saying. It is a little bit cold. If I turn the index or the lookup table completely off, I'll show you how it's coming out of the camera. So I adjusted the camera so that it didn't need a lookup table because I didn't know I could do that. So this might actually be preferable to you guys. But I'm telling you, when I do the lookup table correctly, this image will look washed out compared to what's possible. So everybody's going to have a different opinion depending on what they find attractive and also the way their monitors are calibrated. So I'm not necessarily interested in any specific person's opinion, but rather the consensus. Are most opinions leaning one way? Are most people saying that's too much or too little? That's what I'm looking for. So I'm not asking you to solve the problem. Just tell me if you thought the colors were too bright, too saturated, not saturated enough, too yellow or too blue, too dim or too bright over the image of the, and then through that I can see where the consensus is, because otherwise I'm just going to make it the way I like it, which is fine too. But the hive mind should lead me to a very good picture without bringing a professional in to do it. If Photo Ray did offer to come in and do that for me, and I might yet take him up on that, but I will get the color card first. And then we have to do it individually for each camera. Each one will be set up different because they each have different lenses and different video processing chips. Juan the Panda contributes a super chat of $2. He says, hey, how's it going? Did you see the news about EVGA? I mean, I see all the industry news. In most cases, I'm probably seeing it before you are. There's a lot of news coming out of EVGA, so I'm not sure specifically which news you're talking about. Whether it's the soon drop of the 40 series cards and how much better they're supposed to be, or if it's about their financial losses, or if it's about their upcoming event. What's his name? Jensen Huang? Is that what the CEO's name? But I stay on top of the tech news, and then I am usually I'm the first person to report it to people I know. So if you follow my Twitter page, there's items I'm covering on Twitter that I may not cover here that are just up to the minute, or it could be a special sale, stuff like that. So I always like to tell people, wherever you're getting the information, I'm probably getting it from the same place. And sometimes I get people reaching out to me about stuff that's months and months old. And I'm like, you do realize what I do for a living, right? I mean, I realize it's not their intent to offend me, but it's sort of like, wouldn't you think a professional would have that information? But who knows? Sometimes there's an article or a sale, especially when it comes to sales, that if somebody didn't point it out to me, I wouldn't have known. Like on that Western Digital NVMe drive, I paid, it was about $800 for that stupid thing, and then realized when a viewer reached out to me and said, you can buy that drive direct from Western Digital for $200 less. I sent that other drive back. I bought it through Amazon, but Amazon's not the one who sold it. It was a third party, and I wasn't thinking. But luckily, the third party did send it back. They didn't charge, or they allowed me to send it back. They didn't charge any restocking fee, and I just got the refund yesterday. And that new Western Digital drive that I ordered direct from Western Digital, again, went $50 less. Someone pointed out, hey, did you see this link? Or was that the Seagate? Regardless, it dropped another $50. Well, I'm not going to go through the process of sending it back for $50, but yeah. So if you guys run into good specials like that, do let me know. There's a greater likelihood that that's going to be news to me versus did you hear about the industry news? If it's industry news from any of the video card or CPU makers or motherboard makers, I'm always on top of that, especially on storage and networking products. But when it comes to, you know, some new case somebody introduced, I don't really follow that as news. And anytime there's big industry events, of course, you know, even though I'm not into Apple, when they have their WWDC, the Worldwide Developers Conference, Apple also has another event. I forget what it's called, Apple Day or something. Tim Cook comes out and shows you all their cool stuff that's coming out. Then, of course, Dr. Lisa Su over at AMD. AMD had their event, and it cracks me up a little bit that they're bringing all these YouTube content creators as press when the content creators are not professionals in the industry of computers, but rather are professionals in making media about technology. So I'm like, okay, well, even if I had been invited to go, I would not have gone. I mean, it just seemed like, to me, to be qualified to cover an event like this, I think you should be in the industry. But I suppose being in the media, I mean, then that's who the event is for. It's for the press. I just have more respect when the media is somebody that works in the industry that they're reporting on as media. More of a technical look at things versus a fanboy look at things. But that's just my opinion. And that's like, if I were to go to an event like that, I would have questions resolved about what my customers are going to need, what my profit margins are going to be, what the product availability is going to be, and what the real difference in performance is to things outside of gaming that my customers care about. And if there were any caveats in any of those questions that I would have, I would want to know that. Whereas the enthusiasts who just want to say it's exciting, there's new stuff coming out, we're so excited for the new stuff, they're not, in my experience, they're not quite as critical of real-world practical usage and benefits of the new stuff. They just want to be the first to report it. And not that there's anything wrong with that. I like these content creators, but you got to consider the source. Their enthusiasm, to me, is they're enthused because it's something new. But when you're running a business and you've got to readjust inventory and you've got to start preparing your customers, you got to know what to prepare them for. There may be nothing in that launch of products that benefits my customers. I don't know yet. So I have to wait till the product comes out and I can get a more objective overview of the product and in the real world of practicality, what it means and whether or not the cost and expense is a good return on investment in certain business use case scenarios. But I imagine most businesses aren't looking to YouTube for their advice, so that may explain why there's a lack of content creators of that sort of crossed expertise of working in the field as a tech or as a high-level IT support engineer, and then going to these events from an engineer's perspective to report on them as your media part of your job. That's a rare bird to find. They're out there, but they're hard to find. If you work so much in content here on YouTube, there's no time to work a full-time job at anything else. YouTube is a hungry monster. I probably lose $100 a day that I don't film. So if I don't film for 2 weeks, if I'm going to take a 2-week vacation, that's the minimum I'm going to lose. Bare minimum. YouTube is hungry. It wants to be fed constantly. And if you go a few days without feeding it, your revenue can drop 50% in 2 weeks for the month. So to be able to be an engineer working in a professional engineering field, and then on the side do YouTube videos talking about what you do from a perspective coming from the industry, that's a lot to take on. And one of the reasons my videos aren't exactly dialed in perfectly with color and sound is I don't have time because I'm still doing the day job, you know? So, and it's important to me. I want to come from a perspective of a professional in the industry because I think that's the difference my channel offers to most other big content creators doing tech stuff on YouTube. And again, does it make me better than them? It's just different. And I hope that my viewers, whether or not they agree with the things I'm showing or the techniques that I use, they're not motivated through sponsorship, they're not motivated through views. My primary job is working in the industry. My secondary job is what I'm doing here. I've come to realize that if I really want this to be my main job, there really isn't going to be much time for me to have any customers. So, or at least I'd have to drop about 80% of the clients I have. What I've been doing is as clients have been leaving for one reason or another, I haven't been replacing them. So I've been allowing sort of attrition to define my path, and that's why it's taking so long. I can't make my mind up, so I figure if it happens on its own naturally, the decision will be made for me. But if that does happen and I do YouTube full time, I will become the very thing that I'm using as the justification for why I'm making these videos, which is because I don't feel there's enough people representing the professional industry. It's mostly enthusiasts. So to have that counterbalance, I think, is important, at least as an option for viewers to consider. On the other hand, that might give me reason to start the cooking channel back up and just do something entirely different, still do the tech stuff, but just not as often, because that won't be my career anymore. And making cooking videos are far cheaper and faster. And not everybody's interested in tech or computers, but everybody has to eat. So your potential audience size is far, far greater than any specific topic like technology or, you know, whatever the niche is. Food, we're all eating. So if there's an option of getting more viewers, the potential to get more viewers, recipe type cooking videos have much higher potential for much larger viewing audiences. They cost pennies to make versus hundreds or thousands of dollars to make these videos, and they're generally much faster. So I will dabble in that. So that'll probably happen when I go back to Michigan. When I have Studio C in place, you can expect to see the cooking channel videos start to move forward. Also, my philosophizing about life on Life 101, I've only done one video for that. I would love to have the time to just vlog about life. My perceptions and interpretations of what I have learned on my time on this planet, what works for me, in the hopes that it might help somebody else or give them an idea from which they can be happier or be more successful, to properly align their expectations better. Or I suppose for somebody to laugh at because they think it's hilarious how serious I take it. But I think life is a pretty serious thing. You always got to have time for fun too. All right, Squirrel. Chevy Boy says it was fun watching you cook. Yeah, and the funny thing is, like, those videos cost me under $10 to make them, and they generated as much revenue as the big beast build that cost, you know, $10,000 to make. So why would you spend $10,000 to earn a certain amount of money when you could spend $10 and earn the same exact amount of money? And how many people are interested in a $10,000 computer build versus how many people are interested in food? You see what I'm getting at? So there is a future, definitely, of revisiting the cooking stuff, because the significant other in my life is low carb, vegan, sugar free. So I guess she just drinks water and air. But she's come up with some clever alternative ingredients to popular recipes that still taste good, if you want to believe that. I'm skeptical. However, some people have to be very, very careful with their sugar intake. There can be dire circumstances, and we should all probably be a little more mindful of our sugar intake as we get older. A lot of times people wait until they have a symptom, and by then it's harder, if not impossible, to reverse it. Depends. Some people are born that way. Some people are born as, let's say, a type 1 diabetic. They didn't do anything wrong, just their body doesn't process insulin correctly, or it doesn't make, I don't know. But then it can be deadly if they have sugar. And of course, if they have something very carby, the body converts that into sugar. So something might say it's a sugar-free cereal, but then it's got all these carbs, which your body turns into sugar, and then you end up with a blood sugar spike. And, you know, anyway, there's a deeper purpose behind the cooking videos, and that is for healthier alternatives. And there's a lot of people that are keto, or that are trying to avoid sugar, or they're diabetic. For that reason, they're trying to avoid sugar. They might just be doing it because it's the right thing to do, and they might feel like things that don't have sugar don't taste right. Well, there's new solutions now. We've come a long way from saccharin. We have things like maltitol. Maltitol. It's a sugar alcohol, which apparently she's not a fan of it. Then there's allulose, which is the one you like, which is newer. And then there's a third one. What's it?
Monk fruit.
Stevia, monk fruit. What are the other oses? Oh, sucralose. Anyway, if I've not bored you on it, I'm sure there's some of you out there whose eyes have risen and ears have perked up going, hey, wait a minute, that's information I need. So for you guys, that's coming. And I won't give up the tech stuff. I just perhaps won't do as much of it, because I'm going to feel a bit of a hypocrite if I'm here spouting off, you know, the enthusiast attitude versus the professional attitude, when I myself am no longer a professional. When I have retired from that and I'm only making YouTube videos, I will then become one of the enthusiasts. And once you're out of the industry for a year, if you've not done any work for pay in the tech field for 1 year, it's already past you. You don't even realize how much has passed in a year. And so when people do that, and I'm looking at it from the industry, I'm going, wow, that person is giving some really outdated information, and they don't know it. And then they'll say, well, I was a tech, so I know what I'm saying is true. Well, what you are saying was true, but you don't know that there's other solutions now because you're not in the field anymore. And that's the problem that enthusiasts bring quite often, that I have a problem with, where there's just, without the hands-on experience and practicality and responsibility and liability to doing some of these things, it could put you out of business if you were to do that in a career, some of the things that they do. So that doesn't mean it's not what you should do. But I don't want you thinking, I would love to be a tech because I'm watching what these enthusiasts are doing on camera and I want to do that. There's no corporation that's likely going to hire you in their IT department that will have you overclock, that will have you install liquid cooling, that will have you put RGB into a computer, that will have you add more fans and reduce cooling. Like, if you were to do that stuff, you'd probably be warned once, maybe twice, and by the third time you're going to be let go. Corporations want to see results. They want to see how many trouble tickets you can close in a day, and they expect you to be closing on average the same number of trouble tickets as your coworkers. If you're doing less than them for a period of time, you're going to get a talking to. You're going to have to speed up. You're going to have to be quicker. If you do more than the average employee does consistently, the bosses will love you and your coworkers will hate you for making them look bad, because they're going to say, if Carrie can do 6 repairs a day, but everybody else is averaging 4, you guys need to step up to be more like Carrie. You're not going to make any co-working friends that way, because now they're going to be angry that you're making them work harder than they want to work. So the idea is that you just blend in. You're not too meticulous that it's taking you longer, and you're not so fast that everything you do is broken and not done right, so it has to create another trouble ticket to fix what you did. You've got to fix it just right, as fast as possible, close that ticket, grab the next ticket, and at the end of the week or the end of the month, there should be an average that all of the IT workers that are doing field support are meeting those quotas. If not, you will lose your job. So when I'm looking at the enthusiast videos and they don't consider any of these things for some of the projects they take on that are expensive and time consuming and don't really have much return on investment outside of, wow, that's cool. Businesses aren't interested in, wow, that's cool, unless it's translating to how much profit they made. Because they think profit is a, wow, that's cool moment. So I feel like there's a big gap of information on the professional side of things. And my fear is that somebody watches these videos and thinks that's what they're going to do. Now, if you're lucky enough to get a job with a boutique builder, a small place that builds gaming systems, custom built, that will do overclocking, liquid coolers, or you want to be self-employed and offer overclocked systems with liquid coolers like Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions in Nevada, you could carve that out for yourself. But it's a hard way to make a dollar. The amount of testing Anthony has to put into every computer before it ships, the length of warranty, and the amount of time he has to invest results in, it takes a lot longer for him to get a build done. His builds are far more thoroughly tested than mine. They're warranted longer than mine, and they cost as much as 7 to 8 times more than mine. Which is great, don't get me wrong. If you can find the business clients that need those kind of machines, as long as those clients exist, you could make a nice little living for yourself. But if you want to just sort of get a job at Intel or the power provider, your power utility company, and you want to do desktop support for literally any corporation that might be in your area, you aren't going to be doing any of that stuff you see on camera. So, just so you know. So I always tell you guys, when you get information, consider the source. It's very important. Let me scroll through the chat. If you have any questions, once again, please put them into the chat, and I will do my best to pay more attention now, moving forward, so we can... Because if you feel like you've been ignored, I haven't meant that on purpose. Juan the Panda contributed $5. He says, I'm sorry I wasn't more specific. The news I was talking about was that EVGA is no longer making GPUs. Well, to be clear, EVGA never made a GPU. The company that makes them is called TSMC. AMD doesn't make CPUs. TSMC makes AMD CPUs. If you have an article that NVIDIA is stepping out of the GPU market, I'd like you to post a link, because I don't think NVIDIA has any secondary business market. If NVIDIA is not making GPUs, I don't think NVIDIA is going to be in business. Because as far as I know, that's the primary function and bread and butter of NVIDIA. So I would be curious what the source of that information is, especially since all the talk I'm seeing in the industry is the new 40 series CPUs, how much better they are, when they're going to be available, what they're approximately going to cost, and what model numbers they believe are going to be released. which is the opposite of saying they don't make GPUs, because these are GPUs that haven't been made yet, but are in research and development, getting close to being sold. But NVIDIA never has ever made a GPU. ASUS has never made a router. You guys need to understand, you might be reading an article quite literally. I don't know what you read, but you might be interpreting things in a literal sense. That isn't news. The engineers design the chips at AMD, and they contract out the manufacturing of those chips, as do most manufacturers. One who doesn't is Intel. Intel not only designs their own chips, they make their own chips. I think Intel did offset some of their manufacturing to TSMC or to some other manufacturer, which was pretty unusual since Intel's the one that can make their own. Intel has another 2 fabrication units opening here in Arizona, and TSMC, that's Taiwan Semiconductor, Taiwan Semiconductor, TSMC, it's the MC, manufacturing company. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing. They're opening a great big fabrication unit here in west of Phoenix. So it's great that we're bringing jobs here, and we're the country rather that invented silicon, the chip, and now we only make like 12% of them around the world, where we used to be the only manufacturer. So it'd be good to get those jobs back, and also to not be as reliant on other countries. I think that's really taught us something during the pandemic, is when we have distribution issues or we have issues of workplaces shutting down due to a pandemic, it really makes product hard to get. It was all done that way because it was cheaper. But now if you got no product, you're losing money. So you gotta have a contingency. So if we return making some of this stuff here back to the US, having it locally means we won't have those kind of distribution problems, just moving it around state to state within the continent. It's when we have to go onto the ocean and sail to another continent. I use the word sail lightly. I can't imagine the great big transports are got to sail, pushing them. But anyway, that's the way it was growing up. We made everything here. And then it slowly transitioned through the 80s and 90s to outsourcing everything. And now we barely make anything here anymore. So I'd like to see that trend return. Andy Kane says, Carrie, I'm going to start my A+ Mondays, so I've got you to thank for encouragement to go do it. An added plus is that I get paid to do this course, the local college here in town. Right on. That's great. Susan Harris says, love the cute photo of Carrie. Oh, that must be the thumbnail. Well, I'm glad you find it cute. It's a face only a mother could love. Peter Van Zulen says, I liked your pizza video with the pizza bottom hack. Oh, using a flour tortilla shell. He says, I learned from you on the pizza stone. Yeah, well, pizza stones are a requirement unless you have a convection oven, which I do now. So the pizza stone's less important. Still, doesn't hurt to have. It's great if you like a crispier pizza crust. No, I prefer my pizza to be soggy and limp. Said no one ever. Susan Harris says, I rarely eat any sugar. I eat dairy-free, gluten-free, so I understand how others feel about food. Yeah, some people do it for voluntary reasons, and other people do it because if they don't, they are going to end up in a hospital and be very miserable. So if you've got to do it, if there's a way I can show you where you can't tell the difference that you're using a sugar substitute, Wouldn't that be cool? Boss says hello in the chat. Hey, boss, good to see you. But will you still be fixing viewers' PCs and stuff? Yeah, I mean, I'd like to stay on top of repairs. I enjoy repairs most of all because you never know what you're going to run into. No two are ever the same. The builds are getting long in the tooth for me. Once I'm through all the builds I have here that remain unfinished, I'm going to do a lot fewer. I might do one build a month at most in 2023, regardless if I'm in Michigan or not. It's so labor intensive. I'm averaging about 20 hours of labor. And remember, I'm not charging for any of the labor. As a result, it's eating up a lot of my time. It's making me super busy. And it's not earning me, a ton of money where I can take some time off and enjoy spending some money I made, right? Be frivolous. But yeah, I'll always do the repairs for sure. Sarah says, I think they mean EVGA ended their partnership with NVIDIA. Oh, you're saying EVGA isn't going to be in the graphics card business. Did I misread their statement? That's why if you're going to tell me some news, please don't. If you've got an article, send me the article. I don't want to hear your interpretation or your paraphrasing because I don't even know where you're getting your information from and how gullible you might be. So, and I do the same for you guys. If I'm making a statement about, hey, there's this information about this new tech or there's a recall on this product, I will tell you, look at the video notes for the links, and I do that so that you don't have to take my word for it, and that it ensures that what you heard me say matches what the article says, and that you didn't misinterpret it or that I didn't misinterpret it. So always have the source material. It certainly resolves clarity with regards to the legitimacy and accuracy of the information like that. Whenever you're going to say, somebody said this or somebody said that, don't tell me that. Show me. Please. William Lynn posts a link. EVGA will no longer have GPUs, not NVIDIA. And there's a link from The Verge. Well, despite some past Verge mistakes, The Verge is, generally speaking, a reputable news source. Let's take a look. EVGA stops making video cards and blames NVIDIA's bad behavior. EVGA, a titan in the PC component space, is getting out of the graphics card game. The company posted in its community forums saying that it will not be making the next generation NVIDIA graphics cards, but it will continue to sell and support the existing current generation of products. This is according to Gamers Nexus. The company doesn't currently have plans to make Intel or AMD graphics cards. EVGA is reportedly making the decision to no longer work with NVIDIA because it feels that the company was a bad partner, according to both Gamers Nexus and Jay's 2 cents. The company claims that NVIDIA wouldn't tell EVGA how much it would have to pay to obtain GPU cores before publicly announcing the price of cards like the RTX 3080, which made it difficult for EVGA to figure out how much it would have to charge for its own products built around NVIDIA's tech. Okay, but to be fair, even NVIDIA probably didn't know. With the pandemic and all the uncertainty, I imagine that wasn't malicious, but rather responsible to not dedicate and commit to a price when they themselves had no idea what that price was going to be, depending on how the pandemic progressed and distribution problems and illnesses in the areas of manufacture. According to Jay's 2 cents, NVIDIA sent the drivers required to take full advantage of its GPUs to journalists before it sent them to EVGA. It would keep the manufacturers in the dark about how many GPUs it would get to integrate into its own designs and products. Gamers Nexus also reports that EVGA has to sell high-end cards like the RTX 3080 or 3090 at a loss of hundreds of dollars just in order to keep its prices even remotely competitive with NVIDIA's own Founders Edition cards. When asked for a response to these allegations, NVIDIA spokesperson Brian Del Rizzo told The Verge in an email that the company had a great partnership with EVGA over the years, and it will continue to support them on our current generation of products. We wish Andrew and our friends at EVGA all the best. EVGA did not immediately respond to our request for comment, but as Tom Hardware notes, it has posted a note on its forum reading, quote, EVGA is committed to our customers and will continue to offer sales and support of our current lineup. Also, EVGA would like to say thank you to our great community for their many years of support and enthusiasm for EVGA graphics cards. EVGA told Gamers Nexus that it intends to stay in business and it won't lay off any of its employees. However, it seems likely, extremely likely, that the company will have to get smaller or make huge expansions on other projects. The company also makes power supplies, motherboards, and other PC components and accessories, but it's mostly known for its GPUs, its graphics cards. On the About section of its website, the first thing the company notes, it is one of the top NVIDIA authorized partners in channel sales throughout North America. Now, while NVIDIA's GPU tech is highly regarded, it doesn't have the reputation of being the nicest company to work with. In 2020, it sparked a wave of backlash from the gaming press when it told reviewer Hardware Unboxed that they'd have to change their editorial direction and test the features NVIDIA wanted them to test if they wanted to keep receiving the samples that let them publish one-day reviews, or day one reviews, rather. Well, it sounds like something MSI is doing, right? I don't believe, and I could be wrong, I don't believe EVGA can afford to get out of the GPU business. And I hope I'm right, because my choice, my first choice, when I'm selecting a graphics card for myself or any of my customers, is and always has been EVGA. If you take EVGA off the table, there's Zotac, Asus, MSI, there's a number of other manufacturers who, to be honest, I haven't given them a fair evaluation of who I would pick for my customers. But if I'm forced to, then I'll have to start reevaluating graphic card manufacturers and determining who's got the best support, whose cards are breaking more or whose cards are breaking less, so I can figure out which of those manufacturers won't put me out of business with support calls and piss off my customers. So I hope whatever has EVGA upset, I hope after a few weeks or some cool down time that they reevaluate their position, keeping in mind the situation involving the pandemic, and maybe renegotiate with NVIDIA certain terms that are as important to them, because I'm sure NVIDIA would not want to lose them as a customer. NVIDIA sells a lot of product to EVGA. So these companies, they need to come to a negotiation table. To just walk away from it it's no way to run a business, and it's no way to treat your customers from either party. It's no way for NVIDIA to treat its customers, which includes the manufacturers and the end user who buys it, and it's no way for EVGA to treat NVIDIA or the end users that bought their products. So I hope that clearer minds will prevail, all in the name of profit. And at the end of the day, NVIDIA is in the business to make money. EVGA is in the business to make money. So they all want the same thing. It's not like this should be a difficult thing to negotiate. I had not seen that article. That's the first I've heard of that. So thank you for sharing that with me. And I find it a very difficult thing to believe. I believe that they are, what's the word? Not posing, but bluffing. I think they're bluffing. Jonathan says, I'm sorry if this is a repeat, but a while back, you recommended a company to help friends and family with day-to-day computer help. Now, when I need it, what was the name of it? It's called My Computer Works, and it's available at mycomputerworks.com. And if you search YouTube for the words "My Computer Works" with no spaces, make it all one big word, "My Computer Works," you will see my interview with the CEO along with the discount code and phone numbers to call. Their prices have gone up, but they will still waive the activation fee if you tell them that you are a Kerry Holzman viewer. But yeah, they're a great service for those that need that kind of service. They're very good at what they do. This is especially helpful for the older generation who feel like they're bothering their kids, or, you know, they're self-conscious about how often they're asking questions. With My Computer Works, you pay a monthly fee and you can ask as many questions as you want. It's not just about support. That's the difference. My Computer Works will also tutor you. So if you don't know how something works, even a smart TV, they'll do their best to help you over the phone. The problem with support these days is most people calling for support don't actually need support. What they need is tutoring. And of course, companies aren't going to privately tutor you. If I buy a Yamaha grand piano for $15,000, do you think I can call Yamaha support and say, how do I play it? Well, you push down the keys in the right order at the right time with the right rhythm. But what keys are those? Well, the keys that are displayed on a sheet of music. But the piano didn't come with a sheet of music. Well, you can find sheets of music online. Okay, but when I look at a sheet of music, it's got all these weird symbols. What do they mean? Well, that means you need to learn how to read music and maybe bring in a tutor to teach you how to play this $15,000 piano, but that's not support. If your piano isn't working, that's what we're here for. But you not knowing how to work your piano, that is an education problem. It's not our job to educate you how to play the piano. This is what software companies and hardware companies have been dealing with over and over and over and over again, as customers are calling support. I have a problem. My device won't do this. Well, what have you tried? Well, I've tried this and I've tried that. Okay, but those things have nothing to do with activating the thing you're trying to do. So that's an education problem. I don't have time to tutor you personally, privately, for free over the phone. It's an unreasonable thing to ask for. But what you can do is you can go to Google, you can go to YouTube, and you can educate yourself, or you can go on a Craigslist or some website like Angie's List and find a reputable tutor in that area that's been reviewed as being good and affordable, and that's how you solve that support problem. But My Computer Works will do both the support and the tutoring. They don't separate those two, which is wonderful. They're not in a hurry to get you off the phone like regular support is. And they have a money-back guarantee. So if it doesn't meet your expectations, you call them and tell them it doesn't meet your expectations and that you don't want to continue with them. Otherwise, it's going to renew automatically month after month. And you can call them as many times as you want. They are open. They're not open 24/7, but they will return your call and they'll do their best to help you. And they're highly motivated because they want you to be happy to renew month after month, which again is going to happen automatically unless you say, I don't like this. Not only do I not want to renew, I want my money back. They will, if that's what it takes to make you happy, that's what they'll do. That's why I promote them here. That's why I have no problem referring them. And they're also local. They're down the street from where Studio B is. I've had a full tour of the facility. It is not like they're running out of a shack. This is a really nice office complex with a lot of employees that I'm sure has millions of dollars of revenue going in and out, and payroll and income and expenses probably every month. It's that big. So check them out. It's still a privately owned company. It's not a shareholder-based company. And so the owner of the company, Luke, he He has full control over making exceptions to rules. If that's what it takes to make a customer happy and it's a reasonable thing, he will do it. There's not a committee and a bureaucracy that has to have a meeting about it for 2 weeks. Chevy Boy became a member here for 2 months. Right on. Well, again, thank you guys for supporting the channel, becoming members. As did Find Me in Hawaii, became a member for 5 months. He says, "Aloha, Carrie, and everyone in the chat. I'm working, but wanted to wish everyone an awesome weekend and a happy Friday." Well, thank you for your continued support, and I hope you're enjoying Hawaii. Starshine says, "Hello, tech support. There's a problem with the computer. I can't get past level 9 of Pac-Man. Paceman? How about the coffee holder that stopped working?" Yeah, the CD drive. I've heard that story a bunch of times, but I don't really know that it ever happened. You say it has? You know, it actually happened to you? So apparently it was a popular thing then. Apparently a lot of people thought that was a cup holder, the CD drive. Lawn Dog said, "As far as earning enough money to go on vacation, that hasn't happened to me for 15 years, being an electrician or a computer repair guy. But while in manufacturing, I went on vacation." Well, not quite sure how to respond to that. I think that you have full control over what your expenses are and what you're willing to sacrifice for what vacation. Like my vacation's not expensive. I'm not traveling outside of the country. I'm not taking a cruise. I'm not going anywhere exotic or exclusive. It does cost money, and well, it's costing money. I'm not earning any money, except for whatever passive income previous videos make here on YouTube, which isn't much. But the problem gets to be, how much would you pay for peace of mind? If I don't take a vacation, what's going to happen is I'm going to get a really bad attitude. The quality of my work isn't going to be as good because I'm just going to be burned out and I'm not going to care. And whatever it's costing me to go on vacation, I will lose far more than that. And it will continue to be a loss until there's a way that I can find a way to be enthusiastic again and to care. So yeah, to recenter, to sort of digital detox, get away from all of it, and just take a little breather. You know, I can go underwater and hold my breath, but at a certain point, I need to come up for air. And if I come up for air very briefly and go back down, I can't stay down as long. If I come up for air and stay up a little longer, I can sort of get my breath back, take another deep breath, and then I can go back down underwater and hold my breath for a long time again. In this case, this has been a challenging year for me, as has every year since the pandemic started. But it is finally taking a toll. So when I got a job at Domino's Pizza way back, I said, you know, I love pizza. This is going to be a great place for me to work. And they said, "Oh, Kerry, you're not going to like pizza. You're going to be so sick of it when you work, you know, 30 hours a week at a pizza place." I said, I don't believe you. And you know what? I did not at all get sick of pizza. I think I worked there over a year. At no point did I ever say, I'm sick of pizza. It just didn't happen. But I was also a lot younger. I certainly don't have the energy level I had. And my taste for pizza has refined a lot since Domino's. But yeah, that was like, if you think I'm going to get sick of pizza, you don't know me. And of course, I didn't get sick of pizza. But everybody's different. It's taken me a long time to get sick of building computers. I've been doing this over 30 years. And I'd say only within the last, pretty much since the pandemic started, with all the other challenges the pandemic brought with it, this was a stressful and challenging couple of years. And so those vacations are very, very important to my mental health. And they're also important to the quality of my videos. Because if my mental health is shot, it's going to greatly affect the quality of my videos. And that's going to result in losing viewers and creating damage to the channel that'll be much, much harder to fix. So I consider the vacation a requirement, not an option. And if it means I've got to tighten my belt to afford it, if it means I'm not going to go anywhere exotic or expensive, the important thing isn't where I'm going. The important thing is that I will force myself away from all of the stress so I don't have a choice. Because if I just want to take 2 weeks off here in Studio B, there's no way I'm not going to see some project and not work on it. No, Carrie, you have 2 weeks off. Well, but it's right here. It's only going to take a few minutes. So you literally have to pull me away. So it's not an option and it's not a temptation. And then finally the healing, the sort of the reset and the calming and the recentering can begin, and I can decompress, if you will. And then hopefully come back feeling and looking 10 years younger. Energy and enthusiastic. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And if I end up finding a house out there, even more so. So, kind of excited about that, but I'm not stressed. I'm not worried. If it happens, it happens. But at least I get to know the areas, and I'll get to know for sure if there's certain areas I definitely don't want to live in. I don't have to worry about considering anything that shows up as a listing. If it's in an area I don't want to be, doesn't matter what the house looks like. How long does it take to rebuild and reinstall Windows 7? I don't know. I mean, who would install? You would have to be, in my opinion, extraordinarily foolish, uncaring, or you just have nothing else better to do with your time to install an obsolete, insecure operating system and put it on the internet. Furthermore, trying to get it to install with hardware that didn't exist, like NVMe drives, USB 3, there's a bunch of stuff that didn't, I don't think USB 3 existed in Windows 7. There's more technology than I can rattle off the top of my head that has come out that Windows 7 simply wasn't designed to use. So if you've got an older computer that has Windows 7 on it, I would advise you to put some other operating system on it like Linux, or keep it off the internet, or upgrade it to Windows 10 or replace it. These old computers are going to be the ones that are going to break the most. They're going to require the most support questions, and you will become a burden to everybody you bother with asking questions regarding how to force something to work that should have been buried years ago. It's like, you know, how can I cut the mold away from this meat, and is it still safe to eat? Throw it away and buy something fresh. The most frequent support questions that are the most frustrating for me are the stubborn people who use silly justifications to not let something go, but they can't make it work, and now they want my help to make it work, and I don't want to waste my time with it. And if they want to pay me for it, they're going to say, my God, you know how much money that is? I could buy a whole new computer. Yeah, well, wouldn't you rather have a whole new computer than pay for the hours and hours and hours of labor to make that one work? And even when it works, it will never, ever be secure. And you will likely have your identity stolen without you even knowing or even clicking on anything. That's how bad it is. But it's yours to do with. But I'm not going to help you hang yourself. If you're asking me the best way to tie a rope for a noose, I am not providing that information to you. Doman says USB 3 works fine with Windows 7. So a bad example off the top of my head, but there's a bunch of new technologies that have come out that Windows 7 has absolutely no idea what this stuff is and can't take advantage of it. Newer chipsets, newer processors, and it's dead, it's gone. Bury it. That's the best advice I would give you. If you want to tinker with it and waste your time and figure out the problems that it creates, have at it, but I don't want to be dragged into that. That is just a massively huge time suck. If you want Windows 7, what I would do is get a Windows 10 computer, load a virtual machine on it, and put Windows 7 on it that way. And even then, it's still insecure. And I still think it's profoundly unwise and irresponsible. But that's just my opinion as a professional who could be sued and held accountable and liable for damages if a client were to pay me to do that, and that resulted in some financial loss for them. So again, I'm not an enthusiast. There are consequences to taking, getting paid to do a job. And if somebody is doing something that I think is unhealthy, whether or not it involves my company, I'm still got the company attitude, which is if I wouldn't do it in my company, I wouldn't advise it for any customers to do differently. There's a reason why the company has these policies, and it involves safety, security, it assures customer satisfaction, meeting customer expectations. And these older machines are just rife with problems. All you're going to do, whenever you fix whatever that problem is, you will have another problem soon thereafter, I guarantee it. And it's only going to get worse until inevitably your identity is stolen, which will happen if you forcibly use that stubbornly. And then once that happens, the cost of fixing that would make a new computer seem like pennies compared to the cost of fixing a stolen identity and the years it takes to repair it. So nobody should be using Windows 7 unless they are willing to accept the circumstances that you're on your own to figure out your own problems. And when the bad things happen, and they will, you only have yourself to blame. You have been warned. You can tell somebody smoking's not good for them, and they might just agree with you as they light up the next smoke. And then when you visit them in the hospital, however long that takes, it's not like you're going to say, I told you so, but it's sort of like, well, we knew this was coming. And here we are. Not a surprise. Not shocked. I'm sad. Could have been avoided. It's your life. It's your choice. But what a shame. SJ says, I'm surprised there are people still on Windows 7 now. It's a ticking time bomb. Well, I mean, until you hear from somebody who it's happened to, people just don't think it's going to happen to them. They think they're smarter, or they're luckier, or that they don't have anything for anybody to steal. And then when it's stolen, you'll realize how wrong you are. The hackers love when people use old, obsolete computers because you're the easiest ones to hack. The hackers are using the latest and greatest technology to hack you. If you want to enter into a war with a sharpened stick as your weapon, and your enemy has laser-guided missiles, I am not going to condone or encourage you to step onto that battlefield. When you plug into that internet, you are on a battlefield. The minute you plug in, you're being attacked. Your router is constantly getting pinged at and attacked by bots thousands of times an hour, probably even more than that. If you knew how often it was happening, your router's saving you from a lot of it. But there are exploits in the services that run within Windows that simply being connected to the internet is all you need to have. You don't have to click on anything. You don't have to do anything other than turn the machine on with Windows 7 with a broadband connection and walk away from it and give it time. It might happen in seconds, it might happen in months, it might happen in years, but it will happen. There are more hackers online now than ever in the history of the internet, and it's only going to get worse as the population increases and as the younger generation growing up with computers are much more savvy to hacking and how easy it is to take advantage of exploits in old operating systems that people are still foolish enough to use. Those are the easiest people to steal from. Thieves are lazy. So if they have a choice to hack a Windows 10 computer versus hacking a Windows 7, the Windows 7 one will be easier. If I had two cars in a parking lot, one was a highly desirable Corvette and one was sort of a beaten down hoopty, but the hoopty, I left the keys in the ignition and the doors unlocked, and the Corvette, the windows were rolled up and the alarm was set. Which one do you think the thief is going to steal? The one that's worth more value or the one they can take with less effort? They're always going to take the one with less effort. Windows 7 is the one that requires less effort. Have I harped on this long enough? So you do what you want. Doesn't make a difference in my life, but you'll do it without me if that's what you're going to do. Brent says the only reason why some people are using older versions of Windows is because of older games. That's fine. Don't plug them into the internet. Don't plug those computers in. When I was talking with Marvin Jameson, he's got an old Windows ME computer that he wants to get running because he has some very old games he used to enjoy playing on that computer, and they simply don't play on a new machine. And I told Marvin, he's in the right line of thinking. Use an old computer to play old games, but don't put it on the internet. Also, I asked Marvin if he'd heard of a virtual machine, and he heard of it, but he wasn't too familiar with what it is. And I said, well, maybe when I get back from vacation, we can set up your computer with a virtual machine, and you can put Windows ME in the virtual machine, and then your game should play fine in the VM. Your computer should have more than enough power to do that. So that would be a way to get around it, where you still have you have the security of the Windows 10 operating system protecting you from the operating system that's insecure in the VM. And there's other ways, and again, the easiest non-technical way is simply play the older games on an older computer, but don't put those older computers on the internet. And if you do, I hope you don't use it for anything personal like emails, paying any bills, or so much as logging into a credit card or a bank to check or pay your balance. That's all it's going to take. And, you know, you're on your own when it comes to calling the police and dealing with the aftermath of what's going to happen eventually. For some people, it'll happen quick, and for other people, it'll take a while. But given enough time, it absolutely will affect everyone. It's not a question of if it will happen, it's when. Chevy Boy with another contribution in Super Chat. Contributes $10, and Carrie is speaking facts. Hey, what's in it for me? What do I care? You want to run Windows 7? Have at it. I don't profit from it. I don't lose money from it. And it's your equipment to do with what you want. But I've been in this business long enough that I keep seeing the same repetitive mistakes consumers just don't think applies to them. For some reason, they're like, you already know all this and it won't happen to me. I'm smarter than those people. That's what they all say. Nearly every one of them who's been hacked has said that. If you go to a prison and you visit the people behind bars, and you ask them, did you know that what you did was going to land you in prison? Of course not. The vast majority of them would say, if I had to do it again, I wouldn't have done something that landed me in prison and restricted my freedoms. There's a few who are like, yeah, I'll do it again, but most never thought they'd be caught. Every shoplifter who's ever been busted has shoplifted successfully for a certain period of time. And the more successful they were, the bolder their thefts, and the more frequency were their thefts, and as such, the likelihood of getting caught went higher and higher and higher until they were caught. And that's the same with Windows 7. You will establish a false confidence, And that will be when the worst possible thing is going to happen to you. So, Windows 7 is still updated to this current date. If you know why, else you should have moved away from it. Windows is not updated. I don't know what you're talking about. Windows 7 support ended years ago. Microsoft hasn't released an update for Windows 7. Gosh, it's been a long, long time. Dave Hall said, I am uneasy with doing any financial work online. Well, if you have a modern supported operating system, and if you are working directly with the financial company's website, so if it's a PayPal, if it's your bank, and you're on your own internet connection, you're not stealing or borrowing somebody else's internet or a public internet. If it's your own internet, and you're going directly to the financial institution site, not by clicking a link, but by typing it in or going to a bookmark, it's fine. It's totally fine. But if you're using somebody else's internet, whether it's a public internet or a neighbor's internet, if it doesn't belong to you, for all you know, every bit of data you transmit and receive is being overseen. It's called a man-in-the-middle attack. Google it. And you'll have no idea what happened. SJ says, I do system recovery images just in case I get ransomware or a virus. Well, there's a lot of reasons why people need system recovery images. And it's not often the result of a virus or ransomware, but rather the result of a fire, a theft, a flood, or a hardware failure. And since we don't know what the devastating event is that's going to happen, what we do know is that we can be prepared for it. So whatever the event happens to be, some people, they're going to do an upgrade. And they're like, well, I better make a backup before I do the upgrade, just in case the upgrade goes wrong. Well, anything can go wrong at any time, not just because you're doing an upgrade. A part can just fail the same way a light bulb just burns out. It was working fine until it didn't work anymore. So the idea is that you're making the images because you're not expecting to need them. And if the unexpected occurs, you're prepared for the unexpected. The idea that the only unexpected thing that would occur to you is ransomware or viruses is a bit blind. It's very tunnel-like vision. There's so many things out there to get you. And could be a storm that creates a power outage, or a car accident hits a power pole in your neighborhood that creates a power spike. It damages the power supply. It could corrupt the data on the drive. Hopefully you've got your backup. Somebody breaks into your house catches fire, your house has a flood, destroys the data. In any of these events, I could go on all the different possibilities of how people have lost data. The people who have lost data all have the same thing in common, which is they were not expecting it. The same reason we put insurance on our cars. We don't think we're going to get into an accident, but if we get into one, we don't know, is it likely going to be a T-bone or a rear ending, or is it going to be a loss of the steering or brakes? Is it going to be, do you really think about that when you're buying car insurance? Or do you just think if anything unexpected happens that causes damage to the vehicle, I am insured? Well, that's the same way you should consider backups. Not if only this event or that. I don't go, well, geez, just in case I get a flat tire or somebody rear ends me, I've got insurance. There's a lot of other ways cars get disabled or stolen or damaged, where you say, gosh, it's a good thing I had that insurance because I never saw that coming. That's the same way you should think about backups as insurance. But why you need the insurance, you're not likely going to predict it. That's all I'm saying. It'll happen in an unexpected way and typically at an unexpected time. And then that's when you'll say, oh, thank goodness I listened to Carrie, because now all I have to do is recover. What would have happened if I didn't have this backup? Where would I be? And if that doesn't motivate you to do it, again, I don't profit whether you do or you don't, and I don't lose financially whether you do or you don't. So they're your decisions to make so that you have proper expectations of what to expect, potentially, depending on which decision you make. And it's your decision to make. David says, Carrie, my sister likes to check her bank on her cell phone in public. Is that safe? Well, a cell phone can connect to a wireless network, like a hotspot in a public area. That is not safe. But if you turn the Wi-Fi off on the phone, forcing yourself to use the phone provider's internet service over the cellular network, that's 100% safe, except if somebody is looking over your shoulder. If you're on a crowded bus or train doing that, and there's people all around you looking over your shoulder. But otherwise, if you're on your network, which would be the cell network, not on Wi-Fi, and nobody is around you, or you hold it close to your chest, or put your hands around it, you're probably okay. But do know that a lot of businesses have cameras for shoplifters, and those cameras can zoom in and see what you're looking at on your phone. Just because they're working security at the company doesn't mean they're all honest people. So if you're in the grocery store and you're looking at your phone at your shopping list, I guarantee you that people watching the cameras and security at that grocery store can see your phone, and they could even zoom in and see it better, especially if you're standing still, as we tend to do when we're reading our phone. We hold it steady. The steadier we hold it, the easier it's for them to read it on their camera. They may have legitimate purposes for doing that, or they might just be bored and find it entertaining to look at the stuff on your phone. So people just looking over your shoulder when you're in a public place should also be considered, not just the type of connection you have. But your cellular network is yours. It's tied to your phone and your phone alone. Whereas a shared Wi-Fi, somebody could be sniffing, eavesdropping in all the traffic, and you could be unknowingly transmitting passwords and login information on a public hotspot or a public Wi-Fi spot. Even if it's owned by a legitimate source, hackers can still emulate it and pretend to be the same spot, and you'll still connect to it the same way, and you will think you're on the public Wi-Fi spot when in fact you're actually on the middleman spot who's sitting between you and the public access spot and siphoning off all the transmission of data and receive data going to and fro. So that won't happen if it's your own internet, but it's possible. Check into a hotel. Hotel says we have Wi-Fi. Well, everybody in the hotel has access to that Wi-Fi. Everybody in that hotel has sharing that same Wi-Fi you are. And if one of those people in the hotel that's there that night is a hacker and they hack into the hotel's Wi-Fi, or they present themselves as the hotel's Wi-Fi and you connect to them, you are unknowingly just transmitting everything to a third party, and even the hotel doesn't know. So you have to be on your own internet if you want it to be secure. And so by turning the Wi-Fi off on your phone and using the data on your phone through the cellular network, that is secure. Once again, provided nobody's looking over your shoulder, or you're standing somewhere in the aisle of a grocery store and there's cameras looking down on you. Don't make the assumption that all the employees are honest people. Paul says, my bank app on my phone requires a fingerprint. That's login access. That has nothing to do with securing the internet access. So if you log in with a fingerprint, it's sending data to the bank. And that data might be possible to emulate that. For example, there could be a token or a cookie. And if the person captures that token or cookie, then they can pretend they're you. And then there's once you're in the app and they can see what the app is showing you with regards to how much money is in the account, They might know that spending any more time with you is a waste of time because you're broke, or that you're a high value target, in which case they may, in the case of a hotel or a public area, might want to watch you from a distance so you don't know you're being watched, so they can learn a little bit more about you, figure out your patterns, if you're worth going to that effort for. So if they see you have something they want, that motivates them to put more effort to you, more attention to you to get it. So that sort of thing is best done privately and on your own internet. And I don't care if you paid for the internet at the hotel, it's still not 100% safe. You'd have to use VPNs and things. And like I said, all you have to do is turn the Wi-Fi off and use your cellular data, you're fine. So. Ron Hillier says, yay, the audio quality USB cable for my DAC came in. What DAC do you have? John Gallo says, what about a VPN? Yeah, if you want to use a VPN on a public Wi-Fi hotspot, that's highly recommended. You still have to worry about people looking over your shoulder, but at least through the VPN, any sniffing that takes place will just be gibberish. They won't be able to interpret what the transmission is. But then there's a complexity of training people what a VPN is and how to use it that I don't want to get into, but you can certainly find plenty of other information on YouTube that describe different VPN services and what they cost and give examples of how they're used. But again, if you're not using somebody else's Wi-Fi, you've got nothing to worry about. If you are using someone else's Wi-Fi, but you're using it to watch Netflix or play YouTube videos, you have nothing to worry about. But if you want to do anything financial or anything that involves your personal identity, even logging into your email, and you want to use an internet that you don't own and that may be publicly available or available for a price, but like at a hotel, everybody who pays that is all using the same Wi-Fi, which means if there is a bad actor staying at the hotel, that using a VPN would be the only way you could do that safely. Ko says, Carrie, good that you mentioned about the security cameras. I oftentimes get myself thinking, well, inside some shop with cameras, what if they can see me typing my password or any private content? Yes, they can. If you look at most credit card machines at any place of business, and even ATM machines, drive up ATM tellers, they'll tell you, cover your hand when you enter your PIN. You might be like, well, for who? You don't know who might be watching you. What's the risk? What's the problem? If you put your hand over your other hand, what's the big sacrifice you're fighting? Just do it. Then you don't have to worry about things you hadn't considered. You don't have to think about who could, instead of sitting there and analyzing who's going to see it, just do it. So even if nobody is looking, there's nothing for them to see. And if somebody is looking, there's nothing for them to see. Because it costs you nothing and it takes no effort. So rather than argue about it, just do the smart thing and make it a habit. And it's one less way of you becoming a victim. If the company you're doing business with gets hacked, they're going to steal your identity through the company's records. There's nothing you can do about that. But at least the things that you can be responsible for and have some impact on will result in making sure that you are securing your identity. If the people you're conducting business with don't secure your identity, then you have a potential lawsuit on your hands for whatever damages that causes. But if you do it to yourself, it's only going to cost you money. There's no financial gain in this for you. Jonathan says, if you're using HTTPS with the correct domain, look, I don't even want to finish this question. This channel is for average, ordinary computer users, okay? That level of technical discussion is not why I'm here. I'm not here to talk about high levels of security and protocols. That is going to bore the bejesus out of my viewers. And furthermore, there are other channels where you can get that kind of information. What I'm trying to provide to my viewers is what I feel is lacking, and that is plain English advice put simply, not overcomplicated technical jargon with details and exceptions under conditions. Absolutely, there's plenty of that online. So if you want to delve into all those details and minutia, this isn't the place for it. We're here to keep things simple in plain English so everybody can easily understand the gist of it. We're not trying to turn people into security experts or turn people into A+ certified technicians. If, however, they decide to go that path, if this was a catalyst that sparked an interest that led them into a career, I love that. But that's as far as you're going to get here. If you want to pursue more depth of many of the subject matter we talk about, well, and we talk about a lot of different subject matter, you can then pursue that on your own in those communities where they're perhaps dedicated to a much greater depth of detail. And you'll find that those communities are often much, much smaller because the vast majority of people are not interested. So I really, really hope you understand what we're doing here is to make computers less intimidating and to empower people to at least know some of the basics. You're not going to be able to fix every problem, but hopefully you can try to fix it and know that if you've done what you can do, now it's time to take it to a professional. That's what I'm hoping to achieve here, is that you know the difference. You know what you're capable of and where to draw the line to say, okay, at this point, it would be foolish for me to continue. It would be very expensive for me to just keep buying parts and swapping them out. At this point, it needs to go to a professional. They'll do it faster, and ultimately, they'll do it cheaper. On the other hand, if it is turning out to be something simple, well, then you are empowered to know that's something I can do. I don't need to pay somebody for that. You just do this and you do that. Carrie showed this a million times. And then any specific interest that you want to pursue and branch off of, there are an endless array of videos and content online of people that dive deep into that, whatever that branch is. But here we try to just kind of find the mass appeal. And if in doing that, it sparks an interest of a particular subject matter, this isn't the place to dive deep into that. That's for other places. So that's what this place is for. Sort of to have the most universal appeal to everybody in general. It's not intended to, I'm not giving anybody a test at the end of the semester and then grading your scores. Fred says, setting up a virtual machine sounds interesting. Where can I find out how to do this? You would just simply type in how to set up a virtual machine in Windows 10 or whatever operating system you're running. And you can type that into a Google search or a YouTube search, and you will have probably over 100,000 results. Chris Garrett says he doesn't like virtual machines. Well, that's fine too. It's just an option for some people to consider. I am not suggesting that any information that I provide in answering one person's question is somehow applying to anybody else than to the person who asked. Starshine said there's a lot about virtual machines on YouTube. That there is. Lawn Dog mentions VirtualBox or VMware are good choices. Yeah, you have options there as well. But that's, again, it's a niche thing that this channel will not dive into. It's not what I do. It's not the purpose of the channel. But if that's something you want to learn more of, if you're interested in that, you can pursue that deeper level of education on any individual topic, and go about your path, however you want to go and proceed. And then that means I've done my job correctly. Lawn Dog said, "You made me feel much better just now." Well, I can't make anybody feel anything, but if you have interpreted what I've said the way I've intended, then nothing I've ever said should ever make anybody feel bad. It's that people are choosing that. They're choosing to interpret a negative intent or to find a negative or to demonize me. I see a lot of that. So I am grateful that you have received the information as it was intended, but I'm disappointed that the information I offered prior to that, you somehow reacted poorly to it. But you have to understand that was your choice. I can't control how you feel. But always my goal is to empower my viewers with information, not to stroke their egos, not to insult them or make them feel bad, but simply to lay out the reasoning and logic behind why I'm giving you an answer. And if you disagree with it, that's fine. I don't have any responsibility or liability to meet the expectations of the viewers unless they are specifically paying me, at which point I accept accountability, liability, as would anybody getting paid for a service. So while I'm happy to provide the information to you, there are no consequences of that information that affect me. But it does get frustrating when people work so hard to see the negative and miss the intent of the message, and I'm helpless to it. Like, there's nothing I can do. So if I at any time say anything that you find personally hurtful, then I would ask you to do us both a favor and reconsider if you interpreted what I said correctly. Because if you interpret what I say as being insulting to you personally, I can guarantee you've misinterpreted my message. I'm not here to upset people, but I don't want to tolerate nonsense and propagate. There's a lot of information that gets propagated online that's simply not true or is not practical. What people decide to do, obviously, is their own choice. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm just here to tell you, if you do this, expect that. Whether that expectation is a negative thing or a positive thing. I tell you both sides, or I'll try to. Pros and cons, pros and cons. All right. Carrie, you just got a legit 121. Yeah, I told you that was going to happen. And that's why I would turn the DVR mode off, because it does get a little confusing when, people are watching YouTube videos and don't understand exactly how YouTube works, or maybe it's something they were just doing to be funny. We don't know, do we? But if you notice when I turn DVR mode off on some broadcasts, it's because I'm not in the mood for that. Somebody starts answering questions I answered 30 minutes ago. Kyle says, Carrie, I liked the video. Hey, I appreciate that. If you enjoy content like this and you want to see more of it, you can always hit the thumbs up button, which I have somewhere in my listing here. There it is. You can click the thumbs up. That's not a thumbs up button, Carrie. That's not a thumbs up button. There it is. This is why I need a producer. You can click the thumbs up button. And if you haven't subscribed, you can hit the subscribe button. I've got the chat open to subscribers and moderators and members. Sometimes I shut it off to moderators and members only. As you can see, somebody had subscribed to the channel only to spam it a little earlier, but it has significantly reduced the spamming and the trolls. However, as the spammers continue to exercise that behavior, it just encourages me to, if I'm going to let subscribers in, make sure that they've got to be a subscriber for like a month before they can do that. Right now, you don't have to be a subscriber for very long, but you do have to be a subscriber in this video right now if you want to interact with me in chat. If it continues the abuse, then of course, I have no problem making sure that all future interaction will happen only with moderators and members, because my moderators and members are awesome people. And it's a shame that they don't get as much attention when we invite other people in who aren't contributors, who aren't necessarily even members of the community, and they're looking for a way to exploit or take advantage of the audience by promoting their own thing or by just seeking attention because they're lonely, or whatever the reason is. By turning on chat only for members and moderators guarantees that goes away, but it also means innocent people get shut out of interaction who've done nothing wrong. But unfortunately, the troublemakers are in that group. So if the troublemakers keep persisting and you're a part of the group that the troublemakers are coming from, then you are collateral damage. And unless you can figure out a way to make those other people stop that, don't get mad at me when I shut it out to just members and moderators. Be mad at the community you're a part of that subscribe for the purpose of harassment. You're going to say, well, how am I supposed to do anything about it? Well, now you know how my shoes feel. How am I supposed to do anything? And when I do something about it, it means through no fault of your own, because you're a part of that community that's causing the problems. And by that community, I mean people who aren't moderators or members. You're a part of just the free viewers. It's only the free viewers that cause the problems. Universally, only the people who get things for free are the ones who complain the most, and they're the ones who cause the most problems. Not everybody that gets something for free acts that way. But all the people who act that way, universally, are all the people who are not contributing in any way. So if that's the group you belong to, the part who don't contribute, and as a result, I'm getting spams and spammers and harassment in the chat, it's going to just, the only way to solve it then is to say you've got to be a member or a moderator, and that's it. And look, the videos you can still watch and benefit from the education. You just don't get the benefit of being able to chat with me live. And why should you? What makes you so important for me to talk to that I should do all of this for free and tolerate harassment and abuse from people in that free community? Why would I do that to myself? So unless I know you personally or I've gotten known you as a member of the community, then of course you'd be a moderator. Otherwise, you could be a member. And what's very touching are the moderators who didn't have to, but still became members anyway to show their support for the channel. So you sort of get what you give kind of a situation. The videos cost money to make. The more financial opportunity I have, then the more opportunity for videos that I have. If you have whatever excuses you have that you can't pay or you won't pay, you don't contribute, then don't expect much. You know, the money's coming from somewhere, and I'm doing what I can with what I have. If I had more, I would do more. So set your expectations accordingly. It's not about pointing blame or fault. It's just about acknowledging the environment And the work and expenses that go into making the videos, it's not about trying to milk people out of money. It's hopefully that people want to encourage and see more of the type of content that I make. And at the end of the day, it's costing somebody. So when it gets to a situation where the revenue's going down, but the cost of videos is going up, then the frequency of the videos has to go down in order to match the salary of what I can afford to do. So all the content I make is always available for free, but the interaction, that's not implied as being something that everybody can just talk to me. It's sort of like, it's not fair, first of all, for the people who paid for them to get ignored, for somebody who didn't pay to keep asking questions and flooding the chat room, and the supporting members who are asking legit questions, I'm not seeing them because they're scrolling off the chat. That's not fair to them. So it puts me in a precarious situation, and I do hope that we can have everything open. That's what I would prefer. But as long as spamming and harassment will continue, well, it just means the world is just a too immature place, and we have to become an exclusive club for at least the interaction part. That's all I'm saying. The interaction is something unique to this channel. I don't think you'll find other tech channels like mine that involve their audience as much as I do. And so if the audience is so much a part of this show that when we get a disruptor or a bot, it affects the quality of the show, it diminishes the value of the videos I make to first-time viewers who don't understand what's going on. And that results in lower viewer numbers, in perhaps even a loss of subscribers. We want to go the other way, right? So please understand, it's not a punishment to the innocent folks who don't contribute for whatever reason. It is collateral damage because all the troublemakers, every single one of them, are free viewers. Never had anybody pay me to insult me. Now, if they want to do that, I'm open to making a deal. You know, you go to the Renaissance Fair and there's a guy that'll insult you and you throw tomatoes at him, but not for free. You have to pay, and you get so many tomatoes, slices of tomato, wedges of tomato that you can throw. If you do not pay, you cannot throw the tomato. Hey, there's our good friend Marvin Jameson. He just became a member for 5 months. Thank you, Marvin, and contributed $20 in Super Chat. Marvin's a super guy. Just saw him yesterday. He's looking good. Looking better, actually. He's getting some of his flexibility back from arthritis and going through some physical therapy with that. And yeah, be following up with his progress on that. Because it really gets in the way of firearm usage if you can't rack the gun, or you can't, you know, if you don't have the dexterity, or if you're dealing with a lot of pain and holding on to it. And if you're a person that's been in the military and it's been so much of your life, as it has been for Marvin, who is a Purple Heart awarded veteran, you know, to see him get that muscle strength back, I'd like to see Marvin continue that physical therapy and get to 100%, and maybe him and I will go to the range one of these days and have a little guy fun shooting at some targets with our firearms. I was trying to think of a funny word for firearm, but there really isn't one. Jim Barksdale says, thank you for the tip of turning off Wi-Fi under certain conditions and using your cellular data instead. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Stealth Mode says, boomstick. Ah, yes, the old boomstick. The Greek says the first video of Carrie's was about the i7X series. First video. Some of my older videos have been removed. Just so you know, I had some content from 2008 that I took down a long, long time ago because they were promoting somebody that was a partner of mine that betrayed me. So I didn't want to continue promoting them, even though the value of those videos was very good educational value. It was done so under the guise of a sponsorship, where a partnership, if you will, that went sour. And as a result, all I could do was take the video. I mean, I just didn't feel right to leave it up and reward them for their betrayal. But it also punishes the audience who might benefit from that information today. So my first video was on building a computer. It was building an AMD computer. And my second video was building an Intel computer. And those videos have long been down, removed. Long Touch says, huzzah! Oh, look, we're almost at 5 o'clock. It's closing time. Time for me to start packing some suitcases and start my vacation. This is it, man. This is the beginning of the end and the start of new. Gerald Wallace just became a supporter. Right on. Thank you, Gerald. Thanks you guys so much for hanging out. Again, it's just kind of a fast casual show today to interact with you guys. Give you an update on this machine. As you can see, it runs fast. It's very respectable. I'm going to find somebody here locally. I'm not going to ship this thing. It's going to cost a ton of money because it's super, super heavy. So we'll find somebody local that's going to benefit from it. Once Windows 10 expires, they will be made clear when they get this machine that when Windows 10 expires, they should retire this machine. Unless requirements change on Windows 11 or perhaps maybe even a Windows 12, if that happens between now and then. For what we know right now, this machine is good for 3 years. After that, expect to have to replace it or learn Linux. In 3 years, that's plenty of time to save your money, squirrel some money away, put away, you know, $20 a month for the next 3 years, and maybe you'll have enough money to buy a brand new machine when it's time to retire this one. But it felt too early to retire it when it was brought in. I just felt like this thing's not done yet. 3 more years. I'll make a video when I'm in Michigan, and I'll say hello to all of you. And I'll try to make a video once a week. They'll be short and they'll be pre-recorded. I won't do it live, but we'll just check in with you guys and share my thoughts. And hopefully I will appear refreshed and renewed. I hope. So thanks again for all the contributions and all your support and all the kind words. And thank you again to all the contributors, from people who became members today, such as Gerald Wallace and Marvin Jameson, to contributors in Super Chat, like Marvin Jameson and Alan Lindas. I just missed your contribution. Alan contributed $7.77 in Super Chat, as he always does. He says, I'll cover KO's contribution this time. I don't know who's KO. Find me in Hawaii. Thank you for your contribution. 3D Everything with a $20 contribution. Said, here's a little something for your vacation. Have fun. Hey, thank you. Matthew Burton, just getting in under the wire as we're saying goodbye. A super chat of $10 says, have a great vacation. Thank you. Find me in Hawaii. Became a member as well, as Chevy Boy did. Winston Liu, thank you for your contribution. And Juan the Panda, the Greek, for your contributions. Jaden Hudson said, here's a small contribution for you. and glad to see you're still in business. Yeah, well, that's all I know how to do. Roy Starman, Ian Gooch, our good friend Peter Laycock, XRod666, and of course our good friend John Jack Wilson. Thanks you guys, including Michael Dane for the contribution earlier. And for all of you for just being cool, nice people. This community is incredible, and I thank each and every one of you for being a part of it. I will see you all from Michigan here about this time next week. Until then, stay safe. Go back through my content. I have probably hundreds of videos you've never seen. So if you're looking for some content you might have missed, just click on my channel, click on the videos tab, and you can scroll by date or you can scroll by popularity. Or check out Doug Bett's channel, check out Greg Salazar's channel, check out Aging Wheels. So there's plenty of content for you to perhaps peruse while you're waiting for new content from me. And these are all fantastic content creators I fully endorse. I think they're wonderful. And that's not all of them, that's just the ones off the top of my head. £2 just came in from Mike Visions. Right on, thank you, Mike. And until Michigan, bye for now.